This is a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. Welcome, everyone. It is Thursday, November 15th at 8 o'clock. And what we normally do is let the commissioners introduce themselves and then go through the room and do the same thing. So I think we'll do that this morning before we get started. I'm Meg Reeves. I'm on the representative of the West Side at Large. I live in Corvallis, and I'm the chair of the commission. Bob?
And I'm Bob Baumgartner, representing the Northwest region.
I'm Bruce Gorn, representing Eastern Oregon from Ontario.
And Mike Futz, Southern Oregon.
Kathy Kahara, East Side at Large.
Tom Byler, Water Resources Department staff.
Cindy Smith, Commission Assistant.
Dwight French for the department.
Lisa Jaramillo for the department.
Carrie Cope, staff.
Raquel Rancier, Water Resources Department.
Doug Woodcock, Water Resources Department.
Brenda Bateman, Water Resources Department.
Justin Henderson, Water Resources.
Water Resources Congress. Lauren Smith, Oregon Water Resources Congress. Tara Granick, Water Resources Department. Sarah Nicholson, Water Resources Department.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Before we go to the written agenda, I just have one thing that I wanted, kind of business for the commission to take care of. We've spoken a little bit in the past about the need for a vice chair for the commission, and I know that the commission has had them over the years, and I would like to propose that we appoint a vice chair for situations where the chair is either unable to make the meeting or a part of the meeting or whatever, so we have backup person who can facilitate the meetings. And first question is whether any of the commissioners have any concerns or questions, and if barring that, I'd like to see if I can get a motion for a nomination for vice chair. Bob?
Madam Chair, thank you. I have absolutely no concerns and would like to nominate Bruce Korn for Vice Chair, if I may, please.
I also have no problems with that and would second that motion.
No problems with it.
So I guess I should, before we vote on that, I should confirm, Bruce, that you're willing to do that.
It's whatever's the pleasure of the group.
Right.
I mean, I'm willing to do it, and if anybody else wants to do it, that's fine.
Well, I appreciate you, and I'm sure the rest of the commissioners do, your willingness to do that.
Thank you.
So let's take a vote on this. Bob?
Aye.
Bruce?
I guess aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. It is done. Thank you, Bruce, our new vice chair. So let's go to agenda item A.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Dwight French. I'm the Water Right Services Division Administrator.
And my name is Lisa Jaramillo. I'm the Transfer and Conservation Section Manager.
Today, we're going to be proposing that you adopt some rules. Our Division 86 rules have to do with water management and conservation plans. This slide represents the course of the presentation this morning. First, I'm going to provide a brief description of the Division 86 rules and what they're about. Then I'm going to give an overview of what prompted the changes to the rules and the areas which the rulemaking focused. Then we're going to outline the rulemaking process that was followed. We're going to look at some specifics of the comments received and the proposed rules, and then we're going to lay out some alternatives for Commission action. Division 86. These rules implement the statewide water resource management policy that's stated in our Chapter 690, Division 410 rules that talks about conservation and efficient water use. The rules, Division 86, outline criteria for the department to approve submitted water management and conservation plans. They help ensure that water is being used responsibly, including being prepared for emergency water shortages. Submittal of a Division 86 water management conservation plan by municipal water suppliers may be required by a condition of a final order approving a new water use permit, or a final order approving a permit extension of time, or by a final order that approved a previous water management conservation plan. The Division 86 rules also outline the requirements for agricultural water management conservation plans. Those rules are largely voluntary. Over the past several years, the department has received, thank you. Okay, there we go. Over the past several years, the department has received lots of feedback regarding the challenges small municipal water suppliers face during the development of a water management conservation plan. One of those is insufficient staffing by smaller suppliers. Sometimes there's only one volunteer person on staff. You'd be surprised how often we run into that. That's very common. Or the staff that exists don't have time or capacity or the expertise to develop a water management conservation plan on their own. Some of these municipal water suppliers have serious financial issues. That is another challenge. They have little or no money and wish to spend the money that they do have on upgrading their treatment plant or keeping the water supply safe for their customers. They often say they don't have enough money to pay a consultant to prepare a water management conservation plan or to implement all of the conservation activities that larger municipal water suppliers do. Additionally, the current one-size-fits-all approach causes difficulties. The requirements may not entirely be entirely applicable or relevant to small municipal water suppliers, and the current rules do not allow flexibility and makes it difficult for small suppliers to meet the requirements and objectives of the rules. And small municipalities are often deterred and forego benefits of developing certain aspects of the plan because they just simply don't have the expertise, money, or time. So we entered into this rulemaking with a balanced approach in mind. That's the approach we took to this rulemaking. By creating a more flexible path for smaller suppliers that have less ability to meet the existing plan requirements, and by allowing flexibility in meeting the criteria without sacrificing important fundamental objectives of the program. There is reduced complexity in the proposed rules for small suppliers, but they still have to assess water supply adequacy and reliability, implement water conservation measures, and develop water curtailment plans to be prepared for water shortages or other short-term water emergencies. This approach will allow for more water suppliers to actively participate in the development and implement water conservation programs and other wise water management practices. The Rules Advisory Committee was formed in the summer of 2017 and represented a broad range of interests. A list of RAC members is provided in attachment 2 of your report. The RAC met a total of 4 times in Salem. The notice of rulemaking was published in the Oregon Bulletin in September of 2018. was also sent to the department's rulemaking listserv and other interested parties as required by law. A public hearing was held September 24th in Salem, and the public comment period closed on October 4th.
Good morning. For the record, I'll restate my name, Lisa Jaramillo. So currently, under Division 86, there are provisions for two different types of water management and conservation plans: municipal plans and agricultural plans. With this rulemaking, we're proposing to add provisions allowing submittal of an alternate municipal water management conservation plan for small municipal water suppliers. The proposed rules would allow suppliers meeting certain eligibility requirements to submit a water management and conservation plan that requires a level of detail and analysis the department has deemed appropriate for a small municipality, while continuing to ensure water is being used responsibly, that emergency water curtailment plans are in place, and that water rights and diversion amounts are fully understood by the supplier. So not all small municipal water suppliers will be eligible for the alternate municipal water management and conservation plan. To qualify, the supplier must serve a population that is less than 1,000 people or have fewer than 300 service connections. The supplier's maximum daily demand cannot exceed 2 million gallons per day, or their maximum instantaneous rate cannot exceed 3 cubic feet per second. So it's an either or. These limitations, the 2 million gallons per day and 3 cubic feet per second, were developed through consultation with RAC members and water suppliers to guard against instances in which a supplier could meet the population and service connection limitations, but still be selling large volumes of water to wholesale customers. So we wanted to keep that in mind. Finally, the supplier cannot request authorization to expand or initiate diversion of water under an extended permit beyond current development limitations imposed by a final order approving the permit extension or a previous water management and conservation plan approval.
Question on the 2 million gallons a day or the 3 cubic feet per second. How do they get to choose which one? Because the 3 cubic feet per second is less than the 2 million gallons a day. So to me, they would choose the 2 million gallons a day, the maximum to fall under. Who decides, who chooses which measurement?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Korn, that's a good question. So we look at the 2 million gallons per day as more, it's a volume of water. The 3 cubic feet per second is more of an instantaneous rate that we're looking at. So if they hit either of those thresholds, then it's triggered.
But the 3 cubic feet becomes a volume in a day if you run that the full day. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah. It's, Commissioner Korn, it's also possible that some of these smaller municipal suppliers may not have an instantaneous meter on their diversion point, and they may have a treatment plant that measures the amount of gallons per day that they treat. So having two different ways of measuring or looking at it is also provides a trigger or a backup in case they don't measure one but measure the other.
Seems like it should be the same, though. I mean, the maximum would be the same, because 3 cubic feet will do about 1 million gallons a day, roughly, a little less.
I think they're almost equivalent. Yeah, the conversion, if you're just looking at a rate, from 2 million gallons a day, it's 1.547 gives you the cubic feet per second. So as a rate, they're almost but not quite identical. And so my question was, why is it 3.0 rather than just 3? And then that'd be a soft rounding area and be equivalent. So I don't know why the added precision of the 3.0 rather than just the 3 cubic feet per second and keep them equivalent.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to say. I think these are I'd like to get through the presentation. And of course, the commission is free to, we can have some more discussion about maybe the pros and cons, and I think taking the 0.0 off would be fine. But there's room at the end of the presentation for the commission to make any modifications that you want to the rules. So, yeah. No,
Maybe I'll weigh in. Hopefully I won't make this more complicated. I don't think this is a choice. I think this is more of, there are different ways we can measure this, and we're looking for the minimum here, rather, this is a ceiling in terms of the maximum use. And so it really depends on the user and what their means of being able to track their water will be.
Right, yeah, if they hit one of them, then it's triggered. All right, and just to finish up here, I just wanted to point out that if a small municipal water supplier does not meet any one of these criteria, they'll be required to go through the standard municipal water management and conservation plan process for approval.
I'm sorry, I have one question about that last point. I had the impression from some of the comments that if an entity subject to the alternate plan is requesting to expand or initiate, that they might not be subject to all of the requirements of for regular water management plans. And because I'm asking it now because I saw the comments about this and the department's response, and I don't understand what the issue is, but it seemed like it relates to that last bullet point. But I might, and I'm fine if you want to wait until you're through the whole presentation to talk about that, but just kind of flagging it now.
Well, Madam Chair, I could address that now. So the goal of these rules was to make was not to make the conservation standards more difficult for these smaller suppliers, but to loop them in to these conservation measures. So if they don't fit the criteria under the alternate plan and have to go under the standard municipal water management conservation plan, currently there is a population threshold for suppliers that are less than 1,000 population and are not requiring or not needing to expand or initiate diversion. They don't have to do the sensitive, threatened, and endangered species assessment in their water sources. There's certain things they don't have to do, but that's in the rules currently.
But that's only if they're not requesting to expand or initiate.
I take that back. It is for anybody under 1,000. They don't have to do it. Anybody that's 7,500 to 1,000 and not requesting to expand or initiate, they don't have to do that. I will follow up at the end with you on this. Sorry about that.
Because I think what I'm really asking about is what happens with a small supplier when they do want to expand or initiate a diversion, and we can get to that.
Thank you. Okay. So under an alternate municipal water management and conservation plan, the proposed rules provide for department support, if requested, to assist with meeting certain rule requirements, including identifying listed species, assessing the adequacy and reliability of the supplier's water sources, and identifying potential limitations or restrictions on use, and implementing an efficient water use public education program using conservation materials provided by the department. The proposed rules provide reduced complexity and more flexibility to meet conservation and curtailment requirements. So if a small municipality is not fully metered, they have a time period of up to 10 years to get all of their connections metered, as compared to 5 years for a larger municipal supplier. They have a 15% water loss threshold as compared to a 10% loss threshold for larger suppliers, and part of that is because the larger suppliers are conveying a lot more water, so that 15% versus 10% is not exactly, it's relative to how much water they're delivering. They also have, along with that, if they are exceeding 15% loss, they have 2 years to identify potential factors for the loss and to develop a plan to decrease those losses over time. For curtailment plans, they're required to have at least 2 stages of alert and associated curtailment actions for each stage, as compared to 3 stages of alert for larger municipal suppliers. The alternate municipal water management and conservation plan also reduces requirements for water demand projection analysis, as these suppliers often experience limited historical growth and limited potential for future growth. This rulemaking also proposes to amend existing rules for standard municipal water management and conservation plans to better align with industry standards and best practices for implementation of water conservation measures. These proposed rules were developed through discussions with municipal water supplier stakeholders and professional organizations, including the American Water Works Association. And we're also proposing to streamline certain processes in the rules to align the approval and enforcement of all water management and conservation plans with the Administrative Procedures Act framework, and thereby making this program consistent with other department approval processes. The department received comments from 2 commenters during the public comment period. The main topics of the comments included a request from both of the commenters for the department to evaluate the implementation and effectiveness of the Division 86 rules on a more frequent basis than the proposed 10-year time period. A suggestion by one of the commenters that the proposed rules should make conservation standards more robust instead of reducing their requirements. Discussion of other topics and objectives that are outside the scope of this rulemaking, and identification of other miscellaneous formatting items. The department provided responses to all of the comments received, and those are provided in Attachment 5 to the staff report. Changes made to the public comment draft of the rules to develop the final proposed rules include correction of grammatical errors and numbering items, restoration of the introductory sentence in the enforcement section of the rules, which was inadvertently deleted during drafting, And based on public comments received, we reduced the time period requirement for evaluating the rules from every 10 years down to every 5 years.
Okay, here's your list of alternatives that you're pretty familiar with in terms of rulemaking. But today I'm going to recommend alternative 2. And I'm going to talk about a change that we want to make to the rules. And then I'm going to provide some space for you to have some discussion about whether or not you want to make any other alternatives. So if you'll let me go through that. We discovered, thanks to Commissioner Bob Gardner's careful reading of the draft rules, of a mistake that needs to be fixed. So at this time, if you turn to page 25 of the draft rules, that's where the problem is that I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about. On this page is a list of water supply conservation elements that these small municipal water providers would have to supply in their plans. The intent was to have small providers satisfy either E or F, depending on their size, but not both. However, for example, if you have a population of 310 with 90 service connections, then a small supplier would have to supply both elements as drafted in the rules before you, which is not the intent. So I've drafted a fix with a potential new motion if you should choose to use it. Cindy, would you hand this out? And I've also got some other copies if anyone wants to follow along, because I didn't want to keep it secret from anyone. So what I've done is drafted a motion if you should choose to use it. And it says, Madam Chair, I recommend adoption of the proposed OAR Chapter 690 Division 86 rules with the following modification. On page 25, line 31, delete the words serves a population of 300 or fewer people or has 100 or fewer service. And then on line 32, delete the word connections and replace with does not meet either of the population or service connection criteria listed in OAR 690-86-350-4E. So then it's one or the other. Down at the bottom of this page that Cindy just handed to you, under that dashed line, I'm showing you the language change, showing the language that would be taken out, and then the language underlined that would be put in, so you can see the result. And I've left some space between the motion and kind of in the middle of the page. That's my suggestion. If there's any need to make any other changes that you want to make to the rules, you might add a note or two or whatever it takes in there. Because I certainly respect your ability and possible need to make additional changes, but this is one change that I would recommend that you make. So anyway, at this time, we can go back to discussion, or you can ask us any questions you want to.
Questions from commissioners? Bob? No?
Well, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, please, I'm sorry.
And so, I recognize this is picayune and somewhat frustrating, but I'll touch on it again. And as a little bit of background, the reason I'm touching on it is years ago, when I worked for the state, I wrote an administrative rule where I did the rounding just like in your rule, and it was only a little bit different. I didn't think much of it, but it came back and haunted me later on. I swore I'd never be involved in that again. But as I read the difference between that we were talking about earlier with the 2 million gallons a day and the 3 cubic feet per second, I was not reading that as an either or, but clearly there was some confusion about whether that was an either or. I was reading that as an equivalent. And the fact is they're close, but not quite equivalent at that. And just from my experience, you got to be careful when writing an administrative rule of why you're doing that. And it also seems to me, and again from my experience of making or of unintended consequences, that you got to be careful about your precision in the administrative rule. Personally, I don't see a big reason for just the algebraic equivalent. If they're intended to be the same, 2 MGD, converting that to CFS is just algebra that somebody can do. If you want to provide it parenthetically to help out, that's fine. If not, and you want to provide either type of a measurement, you've got to be careful about whether that's a hard conversion, at least in my mind, I guess. Be careful about your thought process of whether that's a hard conversion or a soft conversion. If you do want to run it out to that decimal place, it should probably be 3.1 CFS, and that keeps your error down around 1.5 or 2%. At this point, it's a 3% error, and that probably would never ever make a difference. But in my life, it did once before, and so that's the only reason I bring it up. And I'd recommend just doing it parenthetically, or if you just need one number, just use one number.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just
Mike?
presentation on this. So that you started, can you hear me okay? You started the presentation talking about the reason that we're looking at rule change for the small cities is they can't afford to do these studies because they don't have the staff. So now that we're requiring them to do it under this rule, how are they going to be able to afford to accomplish that?
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioner Fott. So under our current rules as they exist at this instant, everyone that has to submit a water management conservation plan has to submit the same plan. And what we're doing with these proposed rules is softening the burden a little bit for smaller water suppliers. So they're still having to submit a plan, or as I like to think of it, keep one eye on conservation as they're doing their water, as they're using water. So we've just reduced the requirements for some of the smaller municipalities. Or municipal water suppliers. One thing that's that I think is important to note is our staff, since the program, since we first adopted rules in the 90s, have helped water management conservation plan preparers that didn't have the means to do it on their own. If they needed help or assistance, or they didn't understand part of the requirements, they call us and we walk them through that. And so we're still, going to do that and happy to do that. And one thing in this rule is it formalizes that a little bit. It mentions that you can get help from the department if you need it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Fott, I'd also like to add that we're not creating a new requirement for these suppliers. They've already been required to submit a plan, but it's been difficult and problematic for them to do so because of the expanse of items they have to include. So we're hoping this will help them to be better able to meet the requirements of the alternate plan.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm trying to think of how to ask this question in a way that won't send us down a rabbit hole. Let me just try this. Do these rules change the way a small municipal water supplier, or what a small municipal water supplier has to do if they're expanding their diversion or initiating a new diversion?
What I was looking at earlier, the item that was brought up in the comment that you had addressed earlier, and sorry, Madam Chair, I meant to say Madam Chair.
Oh, that's fine.
So the proposed rules for the alternate plan point us to the regular standard municipal water management conservation plan rules for the water supply element, which is a look at future projected demands for the next 20 years. And as part of that, they have to do an assessment of the adequacy and reliability of their existing sources. Part of that is looking at the conservation measures that we require suppliers to look at, and trying to determine if they can meet those projected demands through conservation measures. So can what they conserve be a supply of water? So currently the way the rules are for the standard municipal plans is that if you're a supplier that serves less than 1,000 people, you don't have to do additional conservation measures. Everybody has to do the first tier of conservation measures, but you don't have to do a second tier, and that includes technical and financial assistance programs to encourage efficient use of water for residential, commercial, and industrial customers. You don't have to, or you'd have to supply retrofitting financing for folks, so like rebates to put in efficient water-using appliances, toilets, washing machines. That second tier also includes adoption of rate structures with kind of a higher level of encouragement for conservation. But the first tier includes a rate structure that's based on the amount of water metered. The second tier kind of adds to that.
Do the proposed rules, I'm really just trying to get at whether the proposed rules change any of those.
They don't. It points back to the existing rules, and under the existing rules, population of 1,000 or fewer does not have to do the second tier of conservation. So it doesn't take anything away, and it doesn't add anything to the small suppliers.
Did you have something to add?
Chair Reeves, for the record, Raquel Rancière, Senior Policy Coordinator with the department. So I've been occasionally helping out with these rules, and I think the question that I'm hearing you ask, and I'm going to look at staff because I know that I may say this wrong, but I think what you're getting at is, so if someone is expanding or initiating diversion, the alternate plans, my recollection, does not apply to them, which means that they're they're then required to go under the regular municipal WMCP rules. Now, you asked, as a follow-up to that, then you asked, well, did we change those requirements? And this is where I start to know a little bit less. I recall seeing on the slide there that we made some modifications to the regular municipal WMCP rules to be more in alignment with standards. So yes, there was some changes within those rules, which I know I can't explain, so I'll leave that there. But I think really what you were trying to get at is if they come in the door and let's say they do this small alternate municipal WMCP, and then 2 years later they come in, or 5 years later, I'm not sure on the timelines, but they come in and they show that they're expanding their diversion or they're initiating a new one, they're going to then be required to go back to the regular municipal WMCP. And so that's my understanding. So I want to make sure there's heads nodding. Okay, heads are nodding, good. So and that's in part because, remember, we're easing the water supply element, which is all about really future supply. I might be over-exaggerating that. I got to look at and make sure I'm saying that correctly. But that's what it's focusing on. And so if they're not doing that, why are we requiring them to go through all this effort to do that kind of an analysis if, they are experiencing decreases in population and they're not expecting to grow? So I think that's the approach that they've taken, and hopefully that provides a little clarity as to what you were asking, how is this going to work?
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you, both of you. Mike?
Yeah, just one more follow-up question. I was looking at your stakeholders that worked on this project. Did they all have full support for the, I suspect you went through every line with the stakeholders. Did they all support moving forward with this project, your team? I should you call this on it. It's the Rules Advisory Committee. So.
I'll let you answer.
Yeah, at the close of the rulemaking, all participants were on board. I think some of the comments we received were kind of additional thoughts after the fact. So that's how I understand it.
But my follow-up question to that was, I assume that those 4 meetings you had were really working through every line of the proposed rules, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, and public comment period's closed, so we're not taking public comment on this item. If there are no more discussion right now, can we get a motion to incorporates the change that's proposed here?
And, Madam Chair, if I may, if Commissioner Bob Gardner had this one other suggestion, and I don't see how that your suggestion,
Can we look at that?
Commissioner Bob Gardner, would make a big change to the rules. If it makes it clearer, then of course I think it's a good change to make. Whether it's 3 or 3.1 is pretty much immaterial. So.
Bob, is that you were talking about another change, though, weren't you? Concerned about the use of the term or in a particular, maybe in that same
point.
Yeah. Same spot, or same point. One is the 3.0 and the other is it a floor or a ceiling, or which is it, sort of, right? Is that what you were raising?
Well, you lost me in the last one.
Okay, sorry.
I think the additional change that hasn't already been proposed is on the equivalent rates. And as mentioned, it's not a big deal. It's just my memory from Hard Knocks. But at this point, I think to keep it consistent with how the rule is written, I propose changing the 3.0 to 3.1 just to make it a little bit more consistent with actual conversion from MGD to cubic feet per second.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Baumgartner, for the record, that is under OAR 690-086-0030, definition of municipal water suppliers, and it's subsection 8B, small b.
And you find that on page 4.
Page 4, line 19.
So if you wanted to make that change, you would need to include that in your motion. I don't think I can include that. I can't make your motion for you, so you would need to make that motion.
Then I had a question too on this that was passed out here. Is that going to be a separate motion or amend what we're wanting to do here along with what Bob was talking about?
Well, I think you could do, it can be done all in one motion. It would be move to amend the rules as proposed with these following two corrections. So the correction on the municipal water supplier would be changing 3.0 to 3.1. Is that the idea? To make them equivalent?
Yes.
I see. So the motion would be, do you want to take a stab at it, Mike? Thank
Before I
you.
do that, I just want to make sure page 4, line 21.
What I would recommend is that we refer to the rule itself, so it'd be 690-060-0030, sub 8.
You better say that again. 600.
690-086 dash
So
0030
Dash 8 what?
8B.
Tom, one option would be for you to frame the motion, to,
Give me a chance.
and then it can be so moved, essentially.
Oh, there we go.
Right. So I'm looking at our written motion here, which refers to a page number, which is not what I would like us to do in this instance. Can you guys give me the rule number for that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it 690-86-350 sub 4?
Sub 4
Excuse me.
and sub 4F. That's page 25 on the written text there.
Page 25, line 31.
And it's sub F, okay. So what we're recommending is alternative 2 under the actions that, options that we provide to modify the recommended rules. And there are 2 elements that we're presenting for your consideration. One is to modify 690-86-0350 sub 4F, and that it would, within the first sentence of that, maybe all one sentence, but it would eliminate the language starting at serves a population of 300 or fewer people or has 100 or fewer service connections. That language would be deleted. And what would supplant it would be the language does not meet either the population or service connection criteria listed in OAR 690-86-0350 sub 4 sub E. That's one of the recommendations. The other would be to, and I'm going to need your help again in terms of the rule reference on that. Was it 030?
It is, 690-86-0030.
Okay, so the second is to modify 690-86-0030 sub 8B, and modify within that, replace the 3.0 with 3.1.
So moved. Thanks for making it so easy. That's the most eloquent motion I've ever put forward.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. We all think that is clear enough what we're doing, I think? I think you got it. Thank you. Any other objections, concerns, discussion? All right, let's vote on this. Bob?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
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 All right. Adopted. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. So we lost a little time on that one. We'll see if we can make it up.
Hey, can I ask a quick question before you guys take off? I'm curious the assumption of costs and things, and not knowing a great deal about how loss, 10 to 15% loss is triggering an investigation. But my assumption would be that with technology now, that the cost of doing that would actually be going down. Is that the case or not?
Oh, of the cost of
Finding
leak
leaks and
detection?
finding the source of problems, that I would have assumed that with technology, cameras, micro assessment, that cost would be going down. Is that a false assumption?
I would think so. It's definitely becoming, but I don't know. I don't know the answer. It's becoming obviously more common, where 50 years ago, there wasn't much leak detection going on. You just pumped more, if you needed more. And so I think in part because of the water management conservation plans that are required to be submitted, we've had many municipalities that have been conducting leak detection studies or investigations for a number of years, and have gotten pretty good at it, at comparing the amount of water that they pump versus the amount of water that they bill or serve for. And so, it's getting better and better, and the cities are getting better and better at accounting for that loss.
Follow-up question to that. When I try to imagine a smaller water provider, I think of a group like Blue River upstream on the McKenzie, and we're finding there's willingness from Eugene Water and Electric Board customers and UWEB itself to help that water provider, even though it's not their district and not their customers. Is that something that we're seeing around the state, where downstream larger water providers, for example, are willing to invest in upstream smaller water providers, that recognizing that the whole system is at greater risk?
Commissioner, I have not heard, I don't know the answer to that. I do know that some of the smaller suppliers may share equipment. They kind of help each other out that way. But as far as that question, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is appointments to the Groundwater Advisory Committee. Justin?
Okay, good morning. Chair Reeves and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the department. Coming with my annual presentation on appointments to the Groundwater Advisory Committee. First slide, groundwater and surface water are a single resource. Okay, with that, let's talk about GWAC, or the Groundwater Advisory Committee. This is a 9-member committee described in statute in 536.090. Committee members serve 3-year terms, and a past commission has limited that to a 2-term limit. Members represent various interest, expertise, and regions throughout the state, and the statute has kind of one requirement, which is 3 of those members are involved in some aspect of the monitoring or water well drilling industry, and then it gives a pretty long laundry list of pretty much anybody with a groundwater interest is eligible to fill the remaining 6 seats. The responsibilities of the Groundwater Advisory Committee, to, as a reminder, are kind of twofold here. First is to advise the commission on any rules related to groundwater. And second, any licensing and examination, any rules related to licensing and examination of well drillers. They are also charged with reviewing expenditures from our Start Card Fund, which dominantly funds the well inspection program. So with that, the terms of the 9 members, these 3-year terms are staggered such that 3 members' terms expire at the end of every year. November 30th is the cutoff date. Expiring terms this year include Saeed Amali, who is a consultant out of Portland working in water project development. Tom Pattee, who's a hydrogeologist with the Oregon Health Authority drinking water program out of Springfield, and Ryan Galbraith, who is a driller out of Clackamas. The top 2 folks there, Mr. Mully and Mr. Pattee, are termed out. Mr. Galbraith has had some job duty changes and regretted withdrawing his name from consideration for a second term, so we've got 3 spots to fill this year. Our process was to go out and solicit candidates via both the Groundwater Advisory Committee email listserv and the Commission listserv. Folks on those listservs pick those up and distribute them to members of professional and trade organizations as well. We received 6 applications this year, and staff went through the process of reviewing those applications, the contents of them, and asking around within the department about experience with those folks. So we've got, as usual, nominations from that group of 6 for a 3-year term that begins November 30th of this year and expires November 30th of 2021. And those 3 folks are as follows. So Phil Brown is a consulting hydrogeologist out of Beaver Creek. He would represent the industry side of groundwater, the consulting side, as well as water development through his dominant client set. Trent Kastner is a driller out of Portland, working in the monitoring well industry. He's been a driller for, I think, more than 25 years, and he's just recently moved into the drilling equipment side of the business. So an interesting progression, but he's held a number of positions in the industry. And third recommended member is Kenneth Maston, who's an irrigator out of the Bonanza area in the Klamath Basin. So as usual, we've got our alternatives here of appointing the recommended slate or directing staff to return at the next commission meeting with another slate of candidates. And our recommendation is to appoint these 3 folks. So happy to take any questions.
So before we take questions, just something I didn't mention earlier and should have, for those of you who are interested in public comment on any particular agenda item, please fill out one of those yellow sheets in the back and give it to Cindy, who's at the end of this table. And Mike, it sounds like you had a
I was
question.
just going to make a motion, but...
Oh.
So, and just before I make the motion, I'd like to thank Saeed, Ryan, and Tom for their service and their time on this committee. So please pass that on to them. But I would go with staff's recommendation. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thought I turned this off. Can you?
You didn't even hear it. It's a secret alarm.
I would move to appoint Philip Brown, Trent Kastner, and Kenneth Matson to the GWAC, terms beginning December 1st, 2018 through November 30, 2021.
I second the motion.
Kathy? Any discussion?
Only you said December 1st.
Yeah, so
Let's start
November
November 30th.
30th. The motion said December 1st.
He just did.
It says December 1 on the motion, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I apologize. I guess start date is the day after November 30th. So
Okay.
yeah,
Great.
and I think
So
the
the
terms are
right
to
date
expire
is December
November
1st?
3rd.
December 1st is the right.
I believe so.
Wouldn't want him to miss that meeting on the 30th.
Okay. All right. We ready to take a vote on this? Bob?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, unanimous. Thank you, Justin, and
Great.
thanks to all of the people who have been serving and who are about to serve. Appreciate it.
Indeed. Thank you.
So next up, we have an update on place-based planning from Harmony and Steve.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Steve Perrette. I'm a planning coordinator with the Oregon Water Resources Department.
And I'm Harmony Beret with the Water Resources as well, obviously, but a planning coordinator as well.
Today we'll be giving an update, but we're going to start with some background information. An update, we'll talk a little bit about key lessons learned, and then we will have some representatives of the 4 planning groups come up today and speak to you as well. So first I wanted to talk about sort of how did place-based planning come about. It was a recommended action of the 2012 Integrated Water Resource Strategy. Recommended action 9A called for undertaking place-based planning. In 2015, we developed some draft guidelines to sort of guide the groups and guide the department about how that might be done. And also in 2015, the legislature passed Senate Bill 266, which authorized the department to make grants and provide technical assistance for this purpose. And Senate Bill 266 expires June 30th of 2019. In the draft guidelines and also in the IWRS are key planning principles, and these are some of the planning principles that the department and the groups and the participants in the planning groups have been following. And we have found that these have proven to be, pretty useful foundation for the planning, and that people are really trying to abide and follow this, the spirit of these principles through the process. Just for remembrance, these are the 5 planning steps that are outlined in the draft guidelines, and I'll just sort of paraphrase them here. The first step is really about getting your group together and figuring out how are you going to govern yourselves through the planning process. And part of that is building a balanced representation of water interests to be participants in the planning for each area. The second step really is about understanding what are the water resources that you have. So it's the hydrology and hydrogeology and that sort of thing. What is there? What are the water resources? The third step is about understanding what are the demands on those water resources, current demands and estimated future demands, looking into the future. The next step is about identifying solutions. So if during steps 2 and 3 you identify gaps in terms of unmet needs for water, both in stream and out of stream, step 4 is about developing solutions to meet those needs. And then step 5 is about rolling all that work into an integrated plan that describes your critical water issues and the recommended actions for moving forward in the future to solve the problems in the planning area and address those issues. So it somewhat follows the statewide IWRS, which you folks are familiar with in terms of sort of the process of identifying your issues and then developing recommended actions for addressing them. I just wanted to review sort of the 4 places that we selected when we originally put this out for applications to participate and be awarded grants. And we received, Harmony did a lot of outreach and found a lot of interest around the state, and we received 16 letters of interest. Let me get this up here. We received 16 letters of interest, and the department, with the commission's approval, selected 4 to make grants to. And I'll just describe those briefly. Starting on the mid-coast, the grantee is City of Newport, and it's currently co-convened by 4 people. So we have Tim Gross from the City of Newport, we have Alan Fujishin from Gibson Farms, Adam Denlinger from Seal Rock Water District, and representing the Water Resources Department as a co-convener is Harmony Burright. In the lower John Day, we have the Gillum Soil and Water Conservation District is a grantee, and it has been co-convened by Debbie Bunch, who's with the Watershed Council, and Christina Kerwin, who's with the Gillum Soil and Water Conservation District. In the Upper Grand Ronde, it is the grantee is Union County, and the convener is Union County Commissioner Donna Beveridge. And in the Malheur Lake, or Harney County, is co-convened by Mark Owens, who's a county commissioner. Mark's here today. And Brenda Smith, representing the Harney County Watershed Council. As you can see, we sort of summarized just here where the groups are at through the 5 planning steps that I went over previously. They're all working on 2, 3, or 4 in various stages. And one common denominator is that for planning steps 2 and 3, they've all sort of seen the value of splitting out into some work groups by demand area. So they tend to have a work group that's for municipal demands, a work group for in-stream demands, and a work group for agricultural demands. And then some of them have another work group for natural hazards and climate change. So that's kind of how they're organized. This slide is about how the department sort of sees its role in the place-based planning. We really have 4 somewhat distinct roles. The first one is program coordination, so that's things like speaking to the commission, doing statewide outreach to stakeholders across the state, developing annual gatherings, which we've talked about before, where we brought the 4 groups together in Bend in 2017 for an annual gathering, and again in May of 2018 we brought them together for an annual gathering. Also developing additional guidance for each step along the planning process, so some supplemental guidance to the draft guidelines. Technical assistance is really about us providing, our expert technical staff, providing additional resources to them, additional data, helping sort of put the data into a format that's user-friendly for the groups, and as well as our local water master being involved with his or her local knowledge of water resources. And then a planning partner assistance is a role we play, and that's really where the local water master and Harmony and myself are at the planning groups. We're part of the planning process, so we're quite hands-on in a way. We're sitting around the table. We're involved in different committees, so we're helping them plan in the place. And then financial assistance is it's primarily about our grant making and administration of the grants, but it's also, we've also helped find other sources of funding as well for the groups. I wanted to highlight a recent achievement. Through the annual gatherings that we had, one of the first in May of 2017, one of the panels we had was a funders panel, which included Ford Family Foundation. And since that time, they've shown an interest in trying to figure out how could they get involved to help us more. And one thing that they suggested was perhaps a learning partnership, where the 4 planning groups could continue to learn from each other, go visit each other's planning groups, and learn how they go about their business. And so we've been doing that. They also have offered each of the planning groups a $10,000 grant. And most recently, last week, we met in La Grande with the Learning Partnership for 3 days and saw how they conduct their business, and we also had some side meetings and to work on some things together. And wanted to really thank Ford Foundation for the support they've provided to us. It's been really great. And so here's a photo of the learning partnership last week in LeGrand.
And that's representatives from all 4 groups. And I think this is one area where, program coordination for us started with quarterly calls between all of the conveners just to make sure that they were connected to one another. We started working with Oregon Community Foundation, who kind of took an interest in bringing the 4 groups together in person. Built a partnership with Sustainable Northwest, who really was kind of the driver in making that happen. And now it's kind of taken on a life of its own with the support of the Ford Family Foundation in the shape of this learning partnership. So it's just showing the evolution of that coordination over time, which really just started with one hour conference calls, and now we see the groups getting together to actually observe each other's processes.
So a little bit about our financial assistance. I think this sort of shows the breakout of the funds and contributions secured or pending by June 30th of 2018. So that was the last time that we received a 6-month progress report from each of the planning areas. And so they submit information about the match contributions that they've received, et cetera. So that gives us a good snapshot of where things are at. And you can see here that the department has committed $707,000 to the 4 groups for planning purposes. But the partner contributions here are really quite significant too, and so that's both in-kind time from people who are participating in the planning, but it's also some cash contributions and other contributions from partners who are involved in the planning, and that's even greater than the department's contribution. And then as well as Harmony was mentioning, there's some other private foundations involved. Ford Family Foundation, Meyer Memorial Trust, and Oregon Community Foundation makes up the green portion. So that gives you a picture of that it's more of a diverse, really, funding portfolio than just being the department funding the whole planning effort. There's really a lot of other contributions involved.
In terms of technical assistance, this is an area where we see department involvement as being very important to the planning processes, but this is something that's, we've really had to work hard at over the past 2 to 3 years to figure out what this looks like, what we can actually support. Since we received, very few technical resources to assist with this program, we're having to rely on the technical resources within the existing divisions, and a lot of them already have very, very full workloads, as you all know. But we have been able to draw on the expertise of all sections of the department, working with the surface water section to understand what surface water information we have for a basin, the groundwater section. We've been looking at water rights and doing water rights analyses, and one thing that's really cool about this is we haven't done these kind of basin scale analyses or used our tools for this basin scale work in quite a long time. And so we're working across divisions to kind of figure out what are the key planning questions that we want to be asking, how can we answer those more efficiently. And so like the first time we're doing all of this work, it's taking us a really long time, but over time, staff are really taking the initiative to develop tools and resources that allow us to be more efficient in this work. But for the past 2 years, it's been a lot of learning for us of how can we be more efficient, not only in the tools, but also in terms of our internal communication and coordination around this work. So the technical assistance is really a combination of taking our information and making it publicly available and making it accessible, usable for a planning purpose, but then also providing input and feedback on the reports that are being developed that kind of summarize the step 2 and step 3 work of the planning groups. And as Steve mentioned, as a planning partner, this kind of takes the shape of each of the different places that we work. So we're a co-convener in the Mid-Coast, and we're also involved in working groups and the coordinating committee and the larger planning partnership. Each group has its own kind of organizational structure, and we're plugged into different aspects of that structure. But as a planning partner, we're showing up to meetings, we're sitting at the table, we're sharing what we know, we're listening, learning, bringing that information back to the department, trying to figure out where we can be of assistance. And it's a really, it's a role that looks different every place we work, and is informed by the partners that we work with. So we want to just run through some of the lessons learned or key takeaways that we have over the past 2+ years. One thing is that we've found, and when we ask the conveners and our partners, what's the benefit of this or what's the desired outcome, a lot of people are emphasizing that the process itself is beneficial, that they're building community through process, that they're beginning to understand what the people within their community know about these resources, what the state knows about these resources. They're building relationships with one another. People have said that they're working with people that they've never worked with before and didn't even imagine they'd work with, and that they've derived a great deal of value from that. There's a lot of things that probably won't get captured by this program. Lots of just people, the sheer fact of having people in a room talking to each other and identifying opportunities. We're already seeing, little projects kind of spin off, from very simple to like, hey, can you help me? Can you connect me to that person or help me with this project, to kind of larger concepts being developed collaboratively. And these were identified, the groups did a mid-process check with a nonprofit organization to just identify some of those interim outcomes. And so it's just important to emphasize that the process itself is beneficial, that we don't have to wait to a plan to realize some of those benefits. This is one that we've talked about before, and we're probably going to keep talking about till the end of time, that this time we're spending to build relationships and to build trust is going to be absolutely vital for the overall success of the planning process and implementation. But I think we all maybe underestimated how much time it would take to bring together these diverse interests and build that trust. And there's also major barriers that the groups have found because we had some original assumptions about how much time it would take and how the groups would move through this process. It's taking more time than we expected. It's a bit more expensive than we expected, especially the kind of more inclusive the groups are, the more engagement that they do. It adds time and it adds money, but ultimately it also adds value to the process. They're also just worried about, I think a lot of people who work in water are kind of continually surprised at how little awareness there is in their broader community about water issues. The need to elevate these issues so that when we do identify solutions, we have a knowledgeable and supportive audience in the public. That's a big gap or a big hurdle to overcome. This has been a really key outcome, I think, of the planning process so far, is how do we connect communities to agency information. And this is something that not just the Water Resources Department is doing. It's DEQ, ODFW, OHA. We work with probably 7 to 10 state agencies as well as federal agencies. And we're all trying to think about how do we bring this information to the communities? How do we make it relevant to planning processes? These pictures here are, as you probably know, we're doing a groundwater study in Harney County. So we have this groundwater study going on concurrently with the planning process, and we're having to figure out how do we feed that information as it's being generated into this collaborative planning process. And we're really fortunate in this particular basin to have top-notch expertise from our department, from the USGS, from Dogami, and other organizations. And then, just figuring out how do we bring that to the community, how do we make it useful. And overall, we see that, this type of planning process is going to yield recommended actions, projects that are going to be a good investment for communities and for the state. In our conversations with stakeholders, they're very interested in seeing successful implementation at the end of the day, but they also recognize that we need to have successful planning and we need to continue to invest in studies which will eventually lead to that implementation. And so it's just emphasizing that we see this as an important step in that kind of overarching process. meeting our needs. So just kind of as a summary, we wanted to highlight, the fact that the process itself is beneficial. We are already making progress on the integrated water resources strategy at the local level, and it looks different everywhere we are. But understanding water resources today, we are improving water resources data collection and monitoring. This picture here is of a well that one of our hydrogeologists has identified as a new observation well in the mid-coast after conversations with a partner at a meeting. Because one of the gaps we identified there is we didn't really have good wells that were far away from development to allow for us to monitor changes of climate over time in the groundwater resource. So that's a really, really simple, basic example, but that's the kind of thing that's happening in all of these places. We're identifying these little opportunities. And also, I think communities are really beginning to understand the limitations of state knowledge and state data. I think that going into this process, they maybe had an idea that we knew more than we do. And so they're really getting a sense of the information that we do have and the information that we don't have. So John Day, for instance, has been really interested to know how little we know about their groundwater resources just because of the lack of observation wells. And so they're thinking not only about how they can support us and our work, but efforts that they might be able to undertake to increase their understanding of the resource. Understanding in-stream and out-of-stream needs. I think, again, communities are really surprised that we don't have more information on the in-stream needs and demands, that we use in-stream water rights as a proxy, but they're very interested in kind of having a more full understanding of what that need actually is. And there's also a lot of work around kind of improving our understanding of water use. I think, again, people are surprised that we don't know how much water is being used at any given point in time. And that just level of awareness of what we do and don't know is really helpful to communities. In the Harney County, we are trying to use METRIC, which is using satellite-based imagery to improve our estimates of agricultural water use. So we're kind of bringing innovative tools and resources to the planning processes as well. Step 3, Chapter 3, we have developed a partnership with the Climate Impacts Research Consortium. So we are actively working to continue basin scale climate change research efforts and to improve climate adaptation and resiliency. And then number 4, we expect, we've seen groups kind of working together on creative and innovative solutions, but we're expecting that we'll see a lot of progress made on step 4 solutions, including water conservation, bringing in additional funding from other partners to make progress on the ground. Lots of other things. I mean, there's a ton in Chapter 4, but we expect to make progress on a great deal of them, but at the local level using place-based planning.
This is the speakers that we have with us today, and they'll come up in a moment, but before they do, we just thought we'd see if you had any questions for Harmony or myself about what we talked about.
Well, kind of a question may be answered by the speakers when they come up, but just the funding, I think there's really great things happening and, attended their meetings and had these reports and all those things, but how do we get is the legislature, or do we have a strategy how we're going to continue the funding? Because if we stop the funding now, it's kind of a waste of time and effort. I mean, that's obviously the key component to this. I'm just wondering how your strategy is going on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Korn, as you probably know, we do have a policy option package 101 that is asking the legislature for additional funds. But beyond that, we've also, I think, seen some additional interest from philanthropic organizations, for instance, from the Ford Foundation. So I imagine we'll continue to have a diverse funding stream, but we definitely need the legislature to help support the program here over the next few years.
I think these groups have a great story to tell, and I assume they're going to be involved in telling that story to the legislature. Is that part of the process and the plan that you're looking towards this year?
Yeah, we've been, they've been talking amongst themselves and kind of developing strategies for how they reach out to their own legislators, and we're working with Raquel to try to better understand what the process is and where to plug in. So Raquel can probably speak to this, the strategy as well as the conveners, because they've been doing, that's not something Steve and I actively work in, but we know that they are working on that and trying to figure out how, not only as individual groups, but collectively, they can reach out to, the governor's office and the legislature to tell their story about this work. But it is, I think, I think funding continues to kind of be a source of just anxiety, because it is, there's a lot to do to maintain the cohesion and momentum of these large groups.
I just want to, just a quick comment, because I want to come back to it after the presentations, but I did watch one presentation from Newport at the League of Oregon Cities, and I think when you hear the depth of what they're doing, I was so proud to be part of this commission when I heard that presentation. But that'll cause us, I think, to circle back on the funding conversation. Okay.
It's just important that we get that out. I mean, yeah, we don't, those of us in the room that have been involved in all that, see the good that's happening, but getting it out and sharing it with the legislature and those who will be making decisions is really, really important.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they've been talking about with the Learning Partnership is how do we tell our story? How do we tell our individual stories, and then the story, of the statewide work and the four groups together? And I think that's an area where we could stand to improve is, how do we do that storytelling? We're getting there, but.
And just to follow up, I think, and Tim, I have to give you credit for your presentation to the League. It was inspiring, I think, to everybody that heard that. And I think you're right. Having the folks on the ground that are doing this, talking to the legislature, is really important.
Thank you.
I would just request that when the folks representing the different partnerships come up, that they address this, just give us a sort of sense of the pulse, of how it's going. And I'd like to add specifically, Meyer, OCF, Ford Family are the usual suspects. In Oregon, I'm curious if in any places there has already been spade work on developing relationships with other funders who down the road can help not only keep the process going, but actually bring capital dollars, because I think with the state program, that's going to be a great opportunity that probably really needs a lot of spade work done now. And then additionally, if citizens in the area are plugged into the point where 3 to 5 years from now, ballot initiatives or other things for mill rates or user fees or things would be more palatable rather than just sort of springing it on people. Just curious, again, just to get a pulse for what level of discussion there has been and engagement there is with the philanthropic and local communities on those questions. So again, I just asked that of the presenters.
Well, we'll let them come up.
Thanks.
I will say that I think it's been beneficial for us at the state level to kind of to build some of those relationships and indicate how this local work is tied to these larger strategies. I think that's really powerful and important. But I also look forward to hearing from our conveners about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the planning group speakers come to the table. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm not sure what order we're supposed to go in, so I'm just going to begin if you don't mind. My name is Tim Gross. I'm the Director of Public Work to City of Newport. I'm one of 4 co-conveners on the Mid-Coast Planning Partnership, which is a place-based planning effort On the coast, I wanted to chat a little bit about, just to give you a little bit of an update on how our process is going. Right now, we're at planning step 3, which is identifying current and future risks. And part of the challenge of that, and Harmony mentioned this briefly, is that there's not as much information out there as I think we thought. And so it takes a great deal of time to try and find what you're looking for or what will inform your planning process. And, for example, and Harmony mentioned this as well, we don't really know how much water is necessary in any particular water body to sustain a healthy ecological process. And so that informs then how much water is available for municipal supply or other needs. And so there's this sort of this fundamental and core lack of data that we always struggle with to really be able to make good decisions. And one of the benefits of the learning initiative that we recently participated in is our opportunity to speak with the other planning groups. And we find that they're struggling with some of those similar questions, is really how to identify metrics so that you can make good decisions, because sometimes the in-water rights that are on some of the water bodies don't necessarily reflect how much water is really necessary in that particular water body to sustain a healthy ecological process. And so when we're working as a water provider, when I'm working with agriculture or some of our ecological people, we don't have a good basis for discussion, if you will, on how to make a future long-term decision associated with that particular water system. And so that's part of our efforts, is how do we identify where that information is, how do we gather that information, and it takes a lot of time. And so but that opportunity to communicate with those sort of disparate partners is one of the benefits of place-based planning. We, as a city, I realized early on that we were making decisions that impacted our neighbors that we had absolutely no understanding about what that impact was, or they never really had an opportunity to engage with us to give their opinion about what that decision might be. And so it's created an opportunity to engage with people along the coast who you don't normally rub shoulders with to talk about water issues. It created that forum that was really, really necessary. It's also created an opportunity to create parallel programs that are not necessarily part of our water planning process, but because we had that opportunity to engage with partners, it gave us that forum to communicate about what our common needs were, and we began to see, hey, this is an opportunity for us to work together to be able to address something that we can't necessarily address on our own. So one example I have, some of the water providers in the region have gathered together to create a conservation consortium. We're developing that now to have shared messaging and common messaging amongst the different water providers along the coast around conservation. It's a process that each of us needs to go through to inform our residents, but this gives us the opportunity to do that together. We have common messaging, consistent messaging. I have to admit that some people don't even know what water system they're part of. In my neighborhood, I'm not actually in the city of Newport, where I live, but our mailing address is the city of Newport. We're part of Beverly Beach Water District, so all my neighbors think they're part of the city of Newport's water system. And so you get these blurs as you move from one community to the next. People don't completely understand where their water's coming from. And so consistent and common messaging amongst the different water suppliers has a real benefit. And so that's one of those side but parallel outcomes of the planning partnership. Some of the barriers and challenges that we've run into is it just takes a heck of a lot of time. A lot of time. I can't emphasize that enough. And there are several reasons for that. When we began, we really had some distrust in our region because there was no communication. Nobody was talking to anybody else. And it takes some time just sitting down in a room together talking about issues to realize that, hey, the city of Newport doesn't necessarily want to drain the water out of the Siletz River. They are concerned with conservation. And so developing that trust takes quite a bit of time. It takes a lot of time to identify and find the information we're looking for. It takes a lot of time to get our partners to start to contribute to the process and take ownership of the process instead of just being consumers. And so when we began, Harmony and I were the initial co-conveners, and we sort of presented to the partnership. And they sat there and they sucked it in, and that was that relationship. And it takes time for people within your partnership to actually take ownership of that and begin to contribute to it on their own, themselves. And you'd commented on funding. Long-term planning in our region can never be supported by the state or philanthropic organizations. It has to be self-supported by our own community. We started that process in the last year with lousy results because I don't think our partners really were committed to water being a high priority financially for them. And to be quite honest with you, we struggle with that with people in our community that we provide water to, because until we actually turn their water off, they don't realize the value that water has to them. And so this last year, we've struggled with some drought issues, and I'm going to use the city of Yachats as an example. To date, the city of Newport and the state and Meyer Memorial Trust have kind of been neck and neck in terms of financial contributions to our planning process. We have provided, the city of Newport has provided a disproportionate amount of money to keep this going, more than we really should, but it's been very important to our community. And we reached out to some of our other partners to try and get them to contribute resources, and they did, sort of as a token, if you will. But this year, the city of Yachats was in a water emergency. And Jim Took, who is one of our coordinating committee members, went back to his council and said, how important is water to you? Your whole community and the economic and the economy of your community is driven by water. It needs to be your priority, your number one priority. And they've contributed, or they're committing to contribute $25,000 toward our planning process if the state is willing to contribute funds in the next fiscal year as well. This is a town of 700 people. That's significant. But that's what the place-based planning process is all about, is making our partners and our communities aware of the value of water, because we're so good at providing water that nobody realizes what happens when they don't have it anymore. I mean, we have a no-fail rule in my community. Your water is on all the time. We work 24/7 if there's a risk to that, and people expect that now. But when you turn their water off and you don't have the ability to turn it back on again, that's when they really begin to realize, oh my gosh, water is really very valuable to me. It takes a lot of money, because that takes a lot of time, what I just described. And everybody's doing this in addition to everything else they're already doing. So I'm the public works director. I'm an operations guy. I run the water, wastewater, street systems. In addition to that, I was a co-convener for this process. Well, people's lives change. My staff levels change. People get pregnant. Things happen. Your partners change. And so you have to have an organization that is sort of the central gathering point of your partnership. They pull data together. They produce information for you. They push out your reports. So you have to have a consultant or a planning coordinator or something like that. That takes money. You have to have some technical support. That takes money. And the longer your process goes, the more that costs. And so people wonder, where are all this dollars going? Well, that's where it's going. It's trying to keep that process going. We had 70 people at our last planning partnership meeting. That's a heck of a lot of bodies. And trying to keep all of those people informed and get that information together and compile that in a way that it actually makes sense to somebody and is usable, it takes some time. It takes a lot of time. The thing that I hope you go away with is that it takes time to do this. It's not something that can be done overnight, at least to be done well. The value of this plan is really, it's communicating. The norm is working in a silo. And that's changing that norm. And I truly believe, as a takeaway, and I'm going to be done because I'm taking a lot of time, if there's only one thing that our partners would agree on, and there's probably only one thing our partners actually agree on, is that this planning process is necessary. And if the place-based planning opportunity and grant funds didn't come along, we probably would have done the planning on our own anyway. I don't know what that would have looked like or how that would have functioned, and honestly, that's where we'll ultimately evolve to anyhow, is that everybody, each of these planning groups has agreed that really this planning process needs to be sort of this ongoing initiative. And we realize that the state's not going to be able to fund that always. And so maybe what place-based planning is really that kickoff of getting local communities to be able to work together to plan for water and develop a long-term and long-standing planning process or organization that continues on for perpetuity, because water decisions are being made all the time, and things are changing all the time, and that process, that forum needs to be in place, so that we're no longer working in our silos and impacting each other without realizing that impact. So this last summer, the city of Newport drew a full 10% of the water in the Siletz River when we were drawing water for our community. I didn't realize what the impact or what that really meant until we went through this planning process. And so, the city of Newport needs to make investments to be able to both recognize the impact that we're having on that particular water body, the impact that's having on the other people that are dependent on that water body, and the impact that's having on the ecology of that water body. Now, we have a unique opportunity to be able to change how we draw water, and it's going to be a major investment by the city of Newport financially. But without the information, without the sharing that we've had with our partners, we would have never really been informed enough to be able to make those kinds of decisions. And so that's what the value of place-based planning is. It's working together to share what should be our number one resource. Sorry for taking all the time.
Thank you, Tim. Shall we hold questions until everyone's had a chance to speak to us? So who would like to follow Tim?
I think I can go. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Director Byler, members of the commission. My name's Alan Fugitian. I'm representing Gibson Farms. We're a fourth-generation blueberry and beef cattle producer in the Siletz Valley. As part of that, we manage about 3.6 miles of the Siletz River that Tim's pumping all the water out of. So I was brought on as a convener in earlier this year. But most of my experience has actually been as a partner in this process, so to give you a little bit of context. I think that Harmony and Steve and Tim have done a good job of outlining the benefits and the challenges of water planning, and especially in our situation on the Mid-Coast. I did want to address Chairman Korn's earlier question, to Commissioner Korn's earlier question, that I want to point out that at least on the Mid-Coast, our elected representatives in the Senate and the House and the state have been participants in our process. They've attended our meetings. And I find that a very positive development and encouraging development as we go to the legislature and ask for resources to keep these processes going. I don't know if that's the case in the other pilots, but that's certainly the case on the Mid-Coast. I think the value of the plans to the local stakeholders is pretty obvious by this point to the commission here. Those plans are going to be tailored to local needs and realities and local priorities. And in my background, I grew up on a small family farm in Malheur County. We get about 10 inches of rain a year. And on the Mid-Coast, where I farm now, we get about 100 inches of rain a year. And the needs are different. The local geology is different. The plans and the priorities need to be different politically. I think there's also a great value of the plan to our partner agencies. We have several, responsible agencies that help regulate parts of water in our planning area, participating in our process. And the unfortunate thing is that we've inherited in our society an adversarial sort of culture around policy, right? It's reflected in administrative rulemaking for agencies. It's reflected in the litigation processes that often arise out of policies and projects. And what I see as a big benefit of place-based planning is to if not circumvent that adversarial stance amongst our partners, to remove the necessity of having that adversarial stance to start with. And so when I think about the value, to our agencies and the state of Oregon, if we can use processes like this to avoid litigation in the end, that's going to be a tremendous value to the people of Oregon. But again, as a pilot, we haven't quite gotten to the end of the plan and seen how that's going to be implemented yet. So the other benefit I would point out is that it's been a great forum for education and outreach around the resource. It's created a non-adversarial and non-regulatory place to have conversations from different perspectives. One of the things that Harmony and Steve pointed out is that local folks in our area don't know how water is regulated. This is all news to them. And so this has created a place for education that's safe, that's not adversarial, for people to able to learn about that, both our partners and our participants. It's also created a safe place for conservation groups and conservation-minded citizens to articulate their priorities in the Mid-Coast. And in my case, it's created a place for natural resource industries to explain and showcase our practices and our stewardship of the resource. Again, that's not really part of our jobs in natural resources. We're realizing that folks don't know what we do. And this has created a forum for us to do that that's not in the context, the very adversarial context of like a public hearing or something like that. And all of this process has resulted in a lot of trust, and the success of the planning, both the planning process and the implementation of the plan, is going to be based on trust between these partners. And we've developed that trust by building this plan together. Those relationships are already yielding results. Harmony pointed out that that's already, creating projects. An example would be on my farm. We're partnering with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians to do a habitat pilot project on our property that wouldn't have happened, I don't think, if we hadn't made these contacts through the Water Planning Partnership to create those conversations. It's nuts. We've been neighbors across a barbed wire fence and a river with the tribe since 1938. We've never worked on a project together. And I think a lot of that has just simply been cultural. And so what this process does, it helps break down those silos and start those conversations. And where that's going to go amongst the different partners in our region is really hard to say. It's almost spontaneous the way they're popping up. Tim mentioned the consortium of water purveyors. That's another great example of how that's working even before we've completed the plan. I would say that apart from the plan that we're developing, that these projects are not going to be written out in the plan, right? And so when we think about our deliverables, it's going to be difficult to articulate, what can be credited to the plan and what can't be. And as a convener now, it's one of the things I think about a lot is how we attribute that value and that credit to our partners, as well as the agencies and the spirit that animates the IWRS. So I'm going to leave it ambiguous and not come to a conclusion about that, and hopefully I'll be able to check in about 2 years and give something more concrete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman Reeves and Director Byler. My name is Lee Rahr. I'm a Program Director at Sustainable Northwest, and I am the facilitator for the Lower John Day Work Group and representing their voices here today. The Lower John Day Work Group is made up of 22 stakeholders representing 16 different entities. We have 7 nonprofit conservation partners participating, including the Warm Springs Tribes, Freshwater Trust, Water Watch, Oregon Natural Desert Association, and Sustainable Northwest. Our stakeholder composition is also made up of many agencies, including ODF&W, DEQ, Oregon Department of Agriculture, NRCS, 2 watershed councils, 2 soil and water conservation districts, and of course, OWRD. I think one of our great strengths is the diversity of our makeup and the deep bench of technical assistance that we receive from the agencies as well as nonprofit water resource advocates. Like the other groups have touched on, we are grateful for the funding that has gotten us this far. Sustainable Northwest and some of the other nonprofit partners at the table have been successful leveraging foundation funds to support our work. Sustainable Northwest we receive about half of the funds for our participation from private foundations, and I know that's true from some of the other nonprofits as well. And then we rely heavily on the agencies who come on their own budgets and bring a great deal of technical expertise. Just to give you a little more background on the importance and the significance of the John Day, our basin is in Northeast Oregon and is home to native aquatic fish species and habitat of state significance. And our small communities, which are represented by Mitchell, Spray, Fossil, Lone Rock, Condon, Grass Valley, and Memorial, all have economies dependent on agricultural and natural resource basis. And our home, or the John Day, is home to exceptional historical and cultural riches, including the Painted Hills. The John Day Basin is one of the most important undammed river systems in the West and hosts two of the last remaining intact wild anadromous fish populations in the Columbia Basin. We are currently in step 3, and we have subcommittees divided into in-stream, municipal, and agricultural needs, and a 4th committee working on climate forecasting and hazards assessment. Our step 2 process is out for public comment. It's been out for public comment for a little over 4 weeks and is due at the end of this week. I believe the biggest success of our work group, as I touched on earlier, is the commitment of our stakeholders and the leadership of the Gillum Soil and Water Conservation District. And I also touched on I think the strength of the agency partners at the table. I believe our biggest challenge is getting more landowners, irrigators, and working land stakeholders to the table. Our work group is working in a climate of skepticism over government involvement, and we've had a harder time, I think, in part too, because a lot of the people in our basin work on the land and taking their time to get to the table. And so I think for us to be truly successful at our effort and to be successful through step 4, we're going to have to do a better job getting working landowners and irrigators to the table. The work group is quite aware of this, and we have been talking more recently about going to the public versus asking the public to come to us. So finding different ag meetings, county court meetings, city council meetings, other forums where we would go to the public to engage with them to try to get more buy-in from the public. And that's really going to be critical through step 4. I touched a bit on the funding, that we have been successful with some Oregon Community Foundation funding. The Ford Family Foundation, I think, has been critical for our group to participate in the Learning Partnership. But ongoing funding from the state legislature is going to be critical to the success of the John Day. And I deeply believe in the collaborative stakeholder process for long-term planning for our state. I would like to publicly support policy option packages 101, 102, 107, and 109. And Sustainable Northwest has made this request in our comments to the governor's recommended budget. So thank you for our time. I truly believe in this process and have greatly appreciated the support we receive from OWRD and the other agencies in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. To Malheur Lake.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all again. It's getting to be regular, it feels. Chair Reeves, Commissioners, Director Byler, Brenda Smith, with the Harney County Watershed Council co-convener. So I'm going to start off with just a little bit of a progress report, although I feel Harmony and Steve did a pretty great job around that. When we were last together, we were talking about the Groundwater Study Advisory Committee and the study that's going on in Harney County. And I talked a bit about our place-based planning effort. So we've kind of been working, we do have groups that have somewhat self-selected based on their expertise in gathering information for step 2 and step 3, and been doing that sort of concurrently. And it does take time. Tim has outlined the time and resource piece really well, and actually, where does the money go? Absolutely, you need that project coordinator piece. We're really grateful for the expertise we have in that, as well as for facilitation and developing the process and just the time it takes in, how are we going to do this has been a big piece of it, and Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus has been our facilitator through this, as well as, just having people working on gathering that information up and putting it in a plan. So our working groups have been meeting throughout the year, getting close to kind of finalizing step 2 and 3. We have one group that started a bit later, just as a basis of capacity. We just couldn't get everyone needs and working together all at the same time. So that group will probably be working on step 2 and 3 into the spring. But after the summer was over, we took a look as a coordinating committee with Robin and said, okay, here we are at step 2 and 3. What do we kind of need to do? And it was suggested that a mid-process assessment, sort of a check where we are and where we want to be going, would be a good plan. And so Robin actually conducted a mid-process assessment and interviewed, I guess, about 17 of our partners, kind of getting a temperature read on where we were. And kind of two main things came of that was the partners were feeling like we needed to integrate better. Everyone kind of was out gathering their information, but we weren't being integrated and kind of knowing what the information that was coming in. So that came out, and then folks were kind of champing at the bit to start working on step 4, solutions, strategies, and that type of thing. So we have taken that information and are going to move forward in January with bringing the full group together, kind of having a big session around what are potential solutions and strategies, begin to prioritize those, and really look at, what are some actionable items that can come out of that, and so that we can come up with a plan on time. I would say with our process, we're really interested in this adaptive management idea that, we're going to have a plan, but it's always going to be ongoing. We don't know what the place-based planning is going to look like after we develop a plan, but we do intend to continue this effort. It's a life, water's a lifeline. It's for everyone, it is, but in Harney County it is absolutely crucial. And I think that brings me to, what I feel the value is it really has brought our community together around water, giving them a forum that we need all these minds to help us solve what we're learning about the basin and our water supply. And I think if we didn't have this process in place and this planning effort in place, Harney County would be pretty ugly right now, and particularly what we're learning around water. So the value of folks coming together, and it really was just at our October meeting that I felt a shift in people's posturing and their how they were acting, and really started to act like we gotta come together on this, and we gotta be starting. It's important, and just really starting to feel that collaborative nature. So that building of a collaborative is always ongoing, and always takes a care and feeding. In response to the question about funding, we continue to do fundraising. We have received funding through several philanthropic foundations. We actually have a OWEB request in right now for stakeholder engagement, and so we're talking to OWEB about funding, and OWEB has significant investments in Harney County with two focused investment partnerships, and one is around water, and so I see that as a potential to continue. But I'll reiterate what everyone said. This, the legislature supporting this is going to be crucial. And I'm going to let Mark speak to kind of the plans around, how we're going to be talking to the legislature, because he's been working on that with Learning Partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Reeves, Commission, Director Byler, good morning. Thank you. Brenda and I apologize if we missed a meeting. We'll have to get a little bit more up to date on the agendas.
Right.
So a couple of things I'll try to do here today. I'll try to paint a picture of where I think we're going with our mid-process assessment and how this looks in the future in Harney County. Then I'll try to answer Commissioner Korn's question on funding for state level and outside that. So as Brenda referred to, we went through this mid-process assessment. And why did we have a desire to do a mid-process assessment? One, Robin Harkless, Robin, you're in the audience, said it's probably a good thing, because as you guys know, step one is building a collaborative. So we did this outreach, we go out, and we've talked to you about that before, and we got a good inclusive group of stakeholders. Then the next step is understanding the current situation. So immediately you say, wow, this is big, let's break into committees and let's work independently. So let's get all the ag group over here, let's get the ecological group over here, and we'll all work in our silos. What's the number one thing you need for a collaborative? Trust. So we bring a collaborative, then we all go back in our huddles, and we identify step, and we identify step 3. Oh, that's not working. We come together quarterly, but there's a lot of tension, because everybody in a water-constrained environment wants to make sure they maintain their position or actually increase their position in water. Well, the truth in Harney County is that's not going to happen. We're water constrained, we're over allocated in every imaginable way. So nobody's going to increase the position at the baseline that we're at now. We're going to have to put a tourniquet on the situation and figure out how we can have multiple benefits where those tourniquets go. Then we can figure out maybe past my lifetime how we improve that position. So a mid-process assessment was needed. So we came together, and this is how I think it envisions. So you got 2 working groups that are finished step 2 and step 3. We've decided we don't want them really identifying critical water issues or solutions in their silos. We want that to be part of the group. So in January, we're going to get together, like Brenda said, in a summit. We'll bring all of them in, and we're going to start drawing on the whiteboard what are our critical water issues. Those critical water issues have to be backed by step 2 and step 3 information. So the collaborative will work through that and support what our critical water issues are. 2 groups haven't finished step 2 and step 3, so they'll have an opportunity to also list critical water issues, but if they're not backed by step 2, step 3, they'll have to develop that through April. So we get through April, we've identified critical water issues. We go to just monthly meetings with all stakeholders, and we start talking about what are the potential solutions for critical water issues. And we work through it together as a group. So 1 as a group, we got to identify critical water issues, 2 as a group, but then we have to identify solutions for those issues. So that's how I see it happening. And what does that get us? Well, that gets us a deliverable for the state. That's good. But is that what we really need in Harney County? It's a conduit of funds to projects we identify for critical water issues. That's important. That's hugely important. But as Brenda said, we need adaptive management strategies to deal with the situations in our basin ongoing. So while we're working on that part, deliverable for the state, hopefully we're identifying what is the long-term sustainability for water planning in Harney County. And I think we'll get there. I'm optimistic. We'll definitely get a deliverable, but that's not the final objection in Harney County. Before I go to funding, because you can never talk about place-based planning without talking about the groundwater study. Even Harmony brought up a slide of the groundwater study in Harney County. Through that mid-process assessment, we're going to ask for a prioritization of critical water issues that have to do with groundwater extraction. Because there's some timeframes coming up, as you guys are aware of, in our basin that we need to hit. And those come up in the next year and a half, 2 years, that our plan won't be finished by then. So if our collaborative wants to have impact on management decisions that'll be going forward in groundwater, we need to have come to some of those solutions or tools that hopefully in 2020, 2021, we can come to the commission and show you that some of the management options we'd like to see in groundwater. That'll hopefully coincide with the RAC process. So when the Rules Advisory Committee 512 rules gets reopened in Harney Basin, the state will come and make a presentation to you guys on what are suggested management options. At that time, through the RAC process or independently, we'd like to come to the commission too and show you some of the ideas and tools that the collaborative like to support. So through that mid-process assessment, we'll ask for some prioritization on that. Funding. Commissioner Corn, we made a little trip in September with Midcoast, 2 legislative days. I think we met with 8 or 9 representatives, 1 senator, had some great conversations. Our goal there was to try to support policy option package 101, $750,000 in the next biennium for place-based planning. I think we had great response. We had one representative says, I started talking, and about 2 minutes into it, Tim was more observant than I was. He goes, Representative, do you know what place-based planning is? No idea, he said. Okay, so we slowed down, and he eventually told us, well, if it's in the governor's budget, somebody's going to have to convince me not to support it. I said, we're not here to do that. He was good. Then we had another representative that was more proactive and said, what happens if it doesn't end up in the governor's budget? That was before the election, and so we don't know. He goes, why don't we have a backup plan? So he actually wrote a legislative concept, so if policy option package 101 doesn't end up in the governor's budget, we could try to move forward. And it's basically almost identical, changing the old legislation, adding another $750,000. So we have a backup plan. We think it'll end up in the governor's budget, but moving forward, we plan on going back in December for legislative days. Raquel is going to try to, I believe, going to get us set up for some committee meetings. So it's an ongoing process. So appreciate that question. But then funding past the state level, we're not sure yet. Is it a water district in Harney County that's not there? Is it assessment? What is it? We're hoping to work through some of those. But I've said enough, and
Thank you. So I'm going to open it up for questions, but I just want to say first that you guys have just been an excellent panel. You've got a lot of really thoughtful insights, and we really appreciate that. Point of order for commissioners. This agenda item was going to close at 10:15, but we started 15 minutes late, so let's shoot for just using the next 20 minutes for questions and trying not to go much beyond that. So with that, any questions? Yes, Mike.
I think I may have comments and not necessarily questions for the panel, but thank you guys, all of you. I think what we're hearing is the technical side of where you are today, but not so much as the energy that's happening around water issues because of the work you're doing with place-based planning. And to me, that's that excitement that I talked about a bit ago when I heard Tim's presentation. And our goal, we have this, what we're doing right now is just 4 trials, and I would assume our goal is to see this statewide. And I hope that's our goal. I wasn't here when this was first put together, so I apologize for that. But I do want to say I come from public works background, and I spent a lot of time on planning for water planning, and there were silos. And I always had people involved in our stakeholders, but never to the extent that I'm hearing you guys talk about. This is really how can we solve our water issues for everyone, not just one municipal or one agricultural. So I want to thank you for that, but I think that's a real eye-opener for me, given my background, to see that happening. And then you think about that statewide, from my perspective, that's what this is all about. And I think that full circle, I want to come back to Bruce's question about funding, is we have to be thinking about funding short-term, the short terms for your 4 groups, the long terms for the next phase. And I think you guys have done great work, and I think the pilot program is working great for us. lessons learned, and thank you, staff, for all the work you've done on the lessons learned. But I think our next steps are how do we finish what you're doing and get prepared for the larger next step. So.
Any?
No, I too would like to thank you all, especially all the extra time you're spending. I know this takes quite a bit of time, and I think I just have mostly a note of encouragement and support that I hope to pass on. A couple of you have talked to me, maybe so informal, Alan, about changing the initial adversarial relationship into trying to find some common ground, and about the amount of time it takes to build trust. And I think that is incredibly important in what we are trying to achieve with the place-based planning. It also made me think, the note I wrote down, that, all politics is local, and that to get the funding is really going to be a political exercise. So in my mind, that's one of the great advantages of the place-based planning, as well as to get really a good and in-depth understanding of people's perception of what the water problems are in the basin. It also struck me, Lee, when you were talking about the difficulty you were having with some of the local landowners and the understandable skepticism that some of the local landowners are expressing. And I think the only point I wanted to make is to encourage you to take the time to really reach out and bring in some of those local landowners and try to get them involved, and recognize that that's going to be a commitment of time to build that trust, as we have heard. But I think that's really important for all of the work we do, but especially you in the Lower John Day, to spend the time necessary to bring them in to garner their support as well for the plan. But anyway, I thought it was great, so thank you.
Yes.
I just do want to thank everyone for all your efforts and working together. I think this is an example of local people solving problems with assistance of the state, but rather than the state dictating from the top down, but working together in a partnership. I think that's so important. That part of the reason there's mistrust is there's been too much in the past of whether it's the federal government or the state government or whatever it might be dictating to local people, and they feel like that their voices can't be heard, and that you're proactively doing this. Really, Harney, it almost ended up being a parallel. The groundwater issue and the place-based planning happened at the same time. It was two programs coming together that you're finding solutions at a local level, and all the groups working together like they are. And that building trust takes a long time, because there's been a long time that there's been things done that has not built trust, and that's why we're where we're at, to build credibility and consistency and to keep this going. You get through these steps, there's still going to be an ongoing. Water problems are never going to go away, and with drought situations and the climate issues and all the things that we have, this is something, you guys are trailblazers leading the way for what the whole state, again, on a local basis, needs to be doing, and you're laying groundwork for other basins to follow in your footsteps, and I just hope we can continue on.
Joe, did you have?
I have 5 questions. Is it okay?
As long as you can do it before 10:30, we're good.
Great. So, Tim, you mentioned lousy results in an effort to get some local support, and I'm assuming that was maybe a mill levy or something, but could you elaborate on what was the lousy result when it came to getting local financial support?
Sure. So the Mid-Coast region is a bit different. Most of our partners are very small organizations or represent communities that don't necessarily have financial resources to support the level of funding necessary to do something like this. So, for example, when the place-based planning process was started, the city received a grant to part of the plan. We were funded through planning step 2 of $135,000, and the city matched $135,000. Well, a city of 700 people like the city of Yachats can't support $135,000, and we don't expect them to. But we did go and start a fundraising initiative, communicating to the different water suppliers and organizations in the region, asking for support, kind of making recommendations on support levels, and didn't get very far. the city, or the county, for example, I think gave $1,500. And so it goes back to being a contributor as opposed to being a consumer. I think maybe they were still in the consumer phase instead of the contributor phase. And we talk to our children about this all the time. Are you going to be a producer or a user? You know, are you going to be contributing to society or taking from it? And so it takes time to convince our partners that the process is worthwhile to put not only their time and their money into it, that they're going to see a net positive result out of that. And that's why our community has continued to engage and provide resources, is because our stakeholders in our community, our water customers, will see a benefit out of the regional water planning process, and it's worth investing resources to that. And that's just time. It just takes time. And so maybe it was our first shot across the bow, but I firmly believe that eventually our planning process will ultimately be locally funded, even though we still need state support to kind of get us through the end of our initial plan.
So, can I keep going? So Alan, 3.6 miles of the Silettes, is that what you said?
And its tributaries, yes.
It should. So this project with the Silettes tribe goes well, and the prospect of a conservation easement on your land or improvements to improve water quality in the Silettes opportunity comes up. Will the people of Newport pay for that, in your mind? Is there that connection that people would say, yeah, I'll add $1 to my water bill, knowing that those sorts of projects upstream, those investments are being made?
That's a great question. I thought about that, Tim. I think a lot of the constituents in Newport would. Some of our existing partners definitely would, wholeheartedly. But we don't necessarily have a mechanism right now to do that. Tim mentioned, funding and asking our local partners, putting it to them, please, give us some bridge funding to get us to our next step, and not getting a lot of result from that. I think part of the reason for that is that these organizations, whether they're private industry or community organizations, they're not used to funding water planning. They've never been asked before. And I've tried to emphasize, especially to natural resource folks who might not have a big budget for that kind of activity, that your participation is the biggest value you can provide to our partnership. But at the end of the day, we have to keep the lights on, right? At the end of the day, we have to fund projects to move forward. So, from our perspective, Gibson Farms has a tiny budget. We got the ask. We gave $200, I think. Again, small budgets. But what that indicates in a small way, I think, is the realization that water is a priority. And Tim mentioned earlier, it's just really difficult, even within a single community, to put a value on water. And so I hope that this plan and the way that our farm and folks like us and unlike us are able to position themselves in the plan will help them use that plan as leverage to demonstrate to third-party funders that these projects are worthwhile. But as of now, we don't have a well-worn path to do that, to get there. But we see it, at least speculatively, in steps 4 and 5 of the plan that we haven't done yet.
So then, Lee, you don't have a downstream user in that basin, for example, that I think of. And so how are you all thinking about that? I mean, who's the constituency that's going to bring money to the table outside of the sparse population that you've got? Is the group thinking along those lines?
I mean, to be financially durable over time to continue this effort?
Not the process. I'm thinking ahead to the capital investments.
Well, the Lower John Day is a part of the John Day Partnership, and they have gone for an OWEB Focus Investment Partnership grant, and they placed number 1 in the last award cycle. So we're pretty confident that the John Day will receive some OWEB FIP funding, significant funding, and there is one watershed of the 3 watersheds in the FIP that is in the Lower John Day. So that's going to be a real shot in the arm of funding for restoration work.
Tom will tell you, there are no strings attached, and all of that money is really easy to deal with, right? All right, sorry, final two questions, still okay?
Everybody okay?
Yes. Brenda, I think we asked you before just about the fatigue factor in an earlier meeting, just because you all are doing so much. You said that without this process, things would be pretty ugly right now. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if we weren't, we're getting information from a groundwater study that's not real positive. And if we hadn't been engaged in this process and trying to come together and thinking about solutions, I just feel like people would be all over the place.
You think they would doubt it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone would be calling up their lawyers. Yeah. Yeah, it's really helped create some, a community to coalesce around something that is a big issue.
So then, Mark, Commissioner, what's the likely near-term tourniquet you see having to be tied?
So I think we're finding a clear path forward to critical groundwater designation in our basin. So when the study's done, even before the study's done, we're going to start conversations with users that are within the same groundwater basin, volunteer agreements. I forget the ORS right now. So 2 phases here. We're going to try to push those users that are in a geographic of the same groundwater basin, either done with a pencil line or done geography, that here's the reality. You can't continue to use the water that you're using. We have 2 options. We can do nothing, and the state will come in and take priority data and start crossing them off. And we'll hopefully hit a desired outcome. That desired outcome will be stabilization and new equilibrium of groundwater levels that are dropping now. But we can enter voluntary agreements, so we can come together as that group, and we can present to the state, we'd like to do this much reduction. Here's our proposed desired outcome. How many years will you give us to make direction towards that? There'll be some back and forth. That resides outside the collaborative. That's with those land users. Where the collaborative supports is the tools in order to make those volunteer agreements successful. So we know we have to have reduction. How are we going to have reduction? We're going to have reduction in efficiencies, conservation, water systems, alternative crops, CREP program, you name it. So the collaborative can start to build these tools to make volunteer agreements successful so we can start constricting that water usage and hopefully maintaining our agriculture base. And I get a lot of my goal, and I get a lot of flack for this, is to maintain the largest agriculture footprint in Harney Basin we can while maintaining or getting to a sustainable level. And that doesn't mean at the sacrifice of ecological, domestic, municipal. So if you take CREP, for example, we had a critical mass of groundwater users there. They say they support CREP. So we're taking CREP to our next collaborative meeting. We've talked to OWEB. If we get a farm bill in the short session, then we'll meet with OWEB in January. If the collaborative supports CREP. So the state has to put 20% in CREP. That state money could be incentive money. So if you have a basin that has declining water levels, and you can incentivize a user to shut down an area that has a groundwater-dependent ecosystem, you know you're going to have to hit your baseline of reducing water usage, but you can incentivize it to have an area of multiple impact. That's where we're headed. That's kind of a long answer, sorry, Joe.
That's helpful. That specificity is helpful for me. Thank you.
Do folks understand CREP, the CREP program? Would that be useful to Mark? I don't know if you could maybe explain that mechanism a little bit for folks. I'm not sure all the commissioners.
Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, normally done for an environmental benefit, erosion. So what we're looking at is we know we cannot conserve and save out of our situation that we're in. So trying to figure out where we target the worst case scenario where we're going to have to dry some land up. So we're going to look at potentially having to dry, first blush, 15,000, 16,000 acres. So you work with OWEB, worked with FSA, that it gets some federal assistance at an 80% level at a payment rate per acre, 15-year contract, maybe a permanent buyout, maybe not, maybe a renewal option, maybe not. The state has to put 20% in. That state 20% can be in addition to the federal payment, and that's where we incentivize geographic locations that have multiple benefits.
That's willing buyer, willing seller. That's not lawyered up and we're going to battle. And that, we've seen the alternative in other parts of the state where that, if all this planning could have been in place in some other areas of the state that I won't mention, we might, hopefully they're going to avoid those kind of situations.
You mean the Willamette Valley?
And I want to thank Commissioner Corn came out in July to our collaborative, joined us for a barbecue. I want to thank you for that engagement. And I keep saying I'll get invitations to the rest of you, but we'll try to work on it. But you're always welcome.
January.
Anyway,
I'll come with my...
In Harney County.
we can talk about critical water issues.
Any other questions from commissioners? Observations? Thank you again. I just want to echo what Commissioner Corn said about the work you're doing, not only hugely benefiting your own basins, but this really is a pilot, and your lessons, each one of you has a different focus, kind of, but all of the issues that you're dealing with are going to be so helpful to other basins as they get going on this, too. We really appreciate it. Great presentation to you guys, too, Steve and Harmony, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take a break until, we're going to be a little behind, but let's take a break till 10:45. We'll start up then. We'll still...
We do.
Okay, let's come back together, please. Hi, Kim. Hello. So, we are here for the Water Project Grants and Loans Funding Recommendations item. Yes.
I'd like to, before you start?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt you, Kim, but I'd like to, just for full disclosure, say that I am in the process, I'm retired, as you all know, but I'm in the process of cultivating a relationship with someone to do some consulting work that does that in the granting spectrum. And so I'm uncomfortable, even though I just want to fully disclose and there's no conflict of interest, I'm choosing to recuse myself this time and step out of this conversation so that there's no future. So if I come before a granting agency, this granting agency sometime in the future, I just want to make sure there's no, even a hint of impropriety. So I'm going to step out, sit out in the audience and watch this presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay. Pardon me? Oh, right, exactly. Okay, Kim, off you go.
Good morning, Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Kim Ogren. I'm the manager of the Water Resources Development Program. With me today is Becky Williams. She is our new grant program coordinator. So she runs this funding opportunity and our feasibility study grant funding opportunity. And as Chair Reeves mentioned, today we're presenting the 2018 funding cycle recommendations for water project grants and loans. In our time together, our presentation will follow 3 sections. We'll talk a little bit about the program, walk through the application review process that we underwent over the last several months, and then present the recommended projects for funding. Water Project Grants and Loans is one of the program components of the Water Resources Development Program, which seeks to help address Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. Just before this agenda item, you heard about place-based planning, which works to plan and identify actions. Our other funding opportunity is feasibility study grants, where folks can investigate the feasibility of water reuse, conservation, and storage projects. And then today we're talking about our implementation funding in water project grants and loans. The purpose of this funding opportunity is to provide funding for water supply projects that meet in-stream and or out-of-stream water needs, and then achieve public benefits in 3 categories: environmental benefits, economic benefits, and social/cultural benefits. And that is really important because the authorizing legislation for this funding opportunity highlights that the purpose of this money is to produce those benefits, and therefore that serves as the foundation for how projects are scored and recommended for funding. A little bit of history, we're in the third funding cycle for this funding opportunity. In 2016, the Commission awarded roughly $9 million to 9 projects. Then in 2017, the Commission awarded just over $6 million to 4 projects. And then for the 2018 and 2019 funding cycles, we have just under $14 million available. This slide shows a map of the distribution of those projects. The labels were too small, so we just removed them, and the purpose is just to show that the Commission has funded a number of projects across the state, but just a little note, they are often clustered and have all been on the east side of the state.
Great, good morning. Now we're going to walk through the process of the applications and reviews. So the applications are submitted to the agency. We then conduct an internal eligibility and completeness review. The affected Indian tribes are then contacted, and how we do that is we notify the tribes of project proposals on lands on which they may have a concern or interest. There are 2 public comment periods for this funding cycle. The first one is a 60-day public comment period, and those are the opportunity for the public to comment on the applications. Then the multi-agency technical review team convenes. They have an opportunity to evaluate and review and score the applications. They make a funding recommendation. The second public comment period is a 30-day public comment period on the funding recommendation. And then that brings us to what we do today. The Commission awards funding. The details of the 2018 funding cycle are that applications were due on April 25th of this year. The department received 22 applications for water projects, grants, and loans. After that internal eligibility and completeness review that I mentioned, there were 19 complete applications requesting just about $16 million in funding. The technical review team, who are they and what do they do? They are a multi-agency review team made up of ODA, ODF&W, Business Oregon, Regional Solutions. The department itself has a representative, and DEQ. They have an opportunity to review and evaluate each application. We convene a meeting so that they can discuss those applications as a group, ask questions of one another. They consider the public comments that were received from tribes and the public. Then they score the applications based on those public benefits and make a funding recommendation. In that first public comment period that we held, the department received comments from 8 individuals or organizations on 17 of the proposals, and 1 tribe submitted comments. The TRT, after that meeting where they have an opportunity to discuss and ask questions of each other, then they meet to, or they conduct the scoring. The fundamentals of that scoring process is that the technical review team is directed to score the project proposals on the positive and potential negative impacts of the proposals. These, the scoring is based on the change in conditions that a project proposal describes in its application. And the TRT scores based on the supporting evidence that is provided within the application of their claims of the public benefits that they're achieving. Some more of the details of the scoring is that as Kim mentioned, this funding opportunity has 3 categories of public benefits that the scoring is within: the economic, environmental, and social, cultural categories. Within each of these categories, there are 30 available points that a proposal is scored on. Then there are 10 additional preference points that an application can achieve based on whether or not there is legal protection of stream flow, or the application's collaboration. Is the project proposal a result of a collaboration? So all in all, there's 100 total points available.
And so after the TRT scores the applications, they are ranked based on the greatest public benefit score. Attachment 1 of the staff report lays out the project ranking and lists out the total public benefit score, as well as a breakout of each of those categories that Becky described. We, for the remainder of our presentation, are going to walk through the funding recommendation, where the TRT recommends funding projects ranked 1 through 8 and does not recommend funding projects 9 through 19. And here is a summary table of each of the projects that are recommended. So it's a total of 8 projects for roughly $6.3 million. Just a side note, this list of projects includes some of our sort of smallest awards to date, which is of interest because as we present this funding recommendation based on public benefit, the Commission is allowed to consider additional criteria of funding projects of a diverse size, location, and type. Here is the geographic distribution of those projects, so spread out all throughout the state. And then this is the first year where we are recommending funding projects on the west side, which is kind of exciting. And so Becky and I are going to briefly walk through each of the projects that we recommend for funding. A suggestion that we have for as we go through this discussion is if we could walk through each of those projects, and maybe you could hold your questions till the end, and we can go back and discuss any project that you might have questions on. I also know there are a number of applicants who are in the audience and have made requests to do public comment, and so it might work well if we sort of do all of that conversation at the end. But it's your call. So the first ranked project is the Johnson Lane Conservation Project in Wallowa County, where the Freshwater Trust and a number of landowners applied for roughly $600,000 in order to convert 300 acres of flood irrigated land to a center pivot system. And then in addition to sort of securing their water supply for their land where they raise cattle and some alfalfa, they would transfer and legally protect in stream 100% of the water conserved through the project, which is roughly 2.3 CFS. The number 2 ranked project is the D-Flat Water Conservation Project in Hood River County, where they're requesting $1.6 million in order to replace around 6 miles of their distribution system that is aging and leaking. They would also eliminate 7 end spills and 50 individual pumps. So some of the benefits of their project is they would seek to legally protect 50% of the conserved water in stream. The end spills, or the elimination of the end spills, would improve water quality in the area, and they would also seek to increase their irrigation reliability and save energy through this project. The number 3 project is the Tumalo Feed Canal, specifically Phase 6 of the sort of multi-phased project. They're requesting roughly $1.3 million to pipe primary canal and laterals in Deschutes County, and they would also legally protect 100% of the conserved water in stream, which is roughly 6 CFS, resulting from piping around 3,400 feet of pipe.
Great. Our fourth ranked project is the Painted Hills Reservoir expansion in Wheeler County. They're requesting just under $600,000 in funding. This project is to raise their reservoir capacity from 800 acre-feet to 1,300 acre-feet. They'll be installing some new irrigation conveyance systems. This project also anticipates reducing power consumption used for irrigation by about 20 to 25% on 400 acres. As required, they are legally protecting 25% of the newly developed water. This project also includes some in-stream restoration work that they are using matching funds to accomplish. The fifth ranked project is Sterling Park Stormwater Recharge Project. In Washington County, Clean Water Services and the City of Beaverton have applied for about $860,000. This project is designed to collect and treat residential stormwater to then inject into aquifer storage and recovery for later use for non-potable sources, such as irrigation. The applicant intends to also provide water in stream. This will utilize an existing groundwater well and their existing stormwater conveyance system, which will then be redirected to a stormwater treatment system before recharge into the aquifer. Our number 6th ranked project proposal is Galls Creek Irrigation Conversion Project. This project is in Jackson County and applied for with the Soil Water Conservation District and JT Ranch. They're asking for just over $150,000. The project proposes to replace 2 push-up dams and put a pump in a lower point of diversion. They are also going to do some piping, and through that conserved water that they realize they are going to be participating in the allocation of conserved water program and legally protecting 75% of that conserved water. Our 7th ranked project proposal is the Flat Creek Watershed Enhancement Project. This is a project just under $200,000 in Grant County. The Watershed Council has applied with the Cascade Pacific Resource Conservation Development Group. This project, they are determining to update and excavate and restore the reservoir capacity in the Pincho Reservoir. They are going to be installing a fish screen and ladder and do some irrigation upgrades to a food plot parcel of property that is used for wildlife. They're also including some other project activities such as trail maintenance and pond cleanup and vegetative maintenance, and those activities are going to be funded with their matching funds. The the 8th ranked project is the Dalles Municipal Watershed Dog River Pipeline Replacement Project proposed by the City of the Dalles. This is largely a water infrastructure project, and they are seeking to replace 3.5 miles of old, aging infrastructure and wooden pipeline with some new pipeline. They will be installing fish screen and upper fish passage structure to their system. They anticipate they will be eliminating approximately 1 million gallons of water leakage through these aging pipes. This project does not propose to legally protect water and was scored accordingly. But it is a project, as I said, for infrastructure improvement. This then brings us to those projects that were not recommended for funding. So these are projects ranked 9 through 19 by the technical review team. The ranking by the technical review team is based, as we had previously said, on the scoring of the public benefits in all 3 of those categories: economic, environmental, social. These projects, ranked 9 through 19, the technical review team did not believe that, as proposed and described in their application, demonstrated sufficient public benefit to warrant funding at this time. While they may have achieved strong public benefits in one category, the technical review team did not believe that they achieved a full suite or a full spectrum of public benefits in each of the 3 categories. As always, we would recommend to our applicants who were not recommended for funding that they come back to us. We welcome that so that we can have a discussion about how the project was described in the application, the supporting evidence that was or was not included in the application, and communicate to the applicants the comments and evaluation that the technical review team had.
Yes, Bruce? Yeah, I just had one question. I noticed that 15 and 16 was a loan grant combination. Was there any other loan applications, or no?
No, just the one.
Just the one, okay.
So back in August, this funding recommendation and the ranking of the projects was posted online for a 30-day public comment period where we invited comments specifically on that ranking and funding recommendation. That comment period closed in September, and the department reviewed all of those comments to see if there was new information that would cause us to reconvene the TRT to see if they wanted to amend or change their recommendation to the commission. We received a number of public comments, some focused on specific applications and others touching on multiple applications. For the Mosier Deep Water Supply well, which is ranked number 9 and not recommended for funding, we received 10 letters of support describing the public benefits and making the case as to why that project should be funded. For the Dog River Pipeline Replacement Projects, that's ranked number 8 and is recommended for funding. The Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Indian Reservation provided a comment in opposition to funding, as did Water Watch of Oregon, and those are included in the staff report for your reference. The Wasco County Economic Development Commission provided a letter of support in favor of funding for that project. In Water Watch's comments, they also expressed concern related to the Painted Hills Reservoir expansion in terms of making sure it met the requirements in statute for this funding opportunity. And then they had a number of other comments related to a number of different applications, which I won't describe in detail, but are available for your reference because their words, I think, speak for themselves. So we reviewed all of this information and determined that there was not sort of significant new information that would warrant reconvening the TRT to see if they should change their scores and recommendations. But this information is available to the Commission for your consideration as you make funding decisions. And so we come to the Commission requesting an action item. There are a number of alternatives laid out in the staff report and on the slide for your consideration. And we recommend that the Commission adopt the funding recommendation contained in Table 1 of the staff report to fund 8 applications for a total of roughly $6.3 million in funding. And just for your reference, here's that list again. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So what is the Commission's preference as to, well, one suggestion would be if you have questions generally about the program or how it's going, that we could take those questions now and then address specific projects after public comment? What do you all think about that? Or would you rather just get your questions out now? Let's do that.
Talk broadly first?
Yeah, broadly first and then specifically after we hear from, because there are people here who want to talk about specific projects and probably also people who want to talk in general terms.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid I'll open a can of worms if we talk about the general stuff. Now, I think, I just assumed we would need to make decisions on this recommendation first. Because if we raise an issue about, for example, how the overall grant program ranks things, I don't want to call into question the rankings of the TRT in this round, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So I would advocate flipping it. Let's make the decision about the grants recommended now, and then talk about, okay, we've had 3 years of this now.
Okay.
Can you guys feel it?
I think that was another nuance on top of what Commissioner Chair Reeves was talking about. So I guess one scenario would be listen to the feedback from the folks who have asked to comment. Commissioners could ask questions specific to the projects that are in front of you, take action, and then if there are programmatic discussion, take that after the action.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Were we just not? Were we talking past each other there, Meg?
Well, no, some of what I would like to talk about will affect what I want to do on some of these, some of the projects.
Okay.
So let's hear from people first, and then we can talk. So I have a stack of comment cards here, and it's a pretty big stack, and I'm wondering if we can ask people to do their best to limit to 4 minutes per person. And I also, in the interest of order, what I'm going to do is invite up the person on the top of the stack first, and then if there are other people who, I can't necessarily tell from these comment cards, but if there are other people who want to speak to this specific project, then I would invite that person to come up after this first person. So that'll be a self-identifying sort of a process. So, Dave Anderson, is that right, from the City of the Dalles?
Yes.
Welcome.
Here?
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, Commission members. I wanted to take just a few minutes to speak to the Commission to address some of the concerns that were raised in those comments that were submitted during the public comment period. And there's only three that I really want to touch on that may be helpful to alleviate some concerns that may exist related to the Dalles Municipal Watershed Dog River Pipeline Replacement Project. I'm not going to go into detail about what the project is. I think staff did that. I did want to reiterate that one of the environmental benefits that are proposed as part of the project is, after consultation with ODF&W and fishery biology staff for Confederated Tribes, it was identified to us that one of the biggest concerns with Dog River is late summer, early fall stream flows. We have proposed as part of the project to provide 0.5 CFS bypass flows during those late summer, early fall months. We did not go through the process of, as described, legally protecting them through an in-stream water right, conversion to an in-stream water right, because the situation in Dog River is that they're automatically protected. There are no other water users on Dog River. There's an in-stream water right that exists downstream from the city's diversion. So any water that the city bypasses will automatically be protected under the existing in-stream water right to the extent that it has not been met. We have actually proposed these bypass flows in the NEPA analysis. This is a project located on Forest Service property. It has had to undergo a complete NEPA environmental review. I'm glad to say we just on Saturday, this last Saturday, the preliminary assessment from that analysis was published. The findings of that preliminary assessment are no adverse impact to the species of concern in Dog River or East Fork of Hood River. So we were very glad to receive that finding in that preliminary report. And then the last point that I was going to touch on is related to the capacity of the pipeline. We are proposing to nearly double the capacity of the pipeline. But again, during the flow periods of concern, this is somewhat of a moot point in that the capacity of the existing pipeline is about 12.5 CFS. Dog River flows in the late summer, early fall range from 2.5 to 4.25 CFS. So the existing pipeline already has the capacity to divert all the flow. The city's water right is actually for all the flow in the basin or in the stream at the point of diversion. So we're proposing to let some of that water that is eligible for the city to utilize under its water right to bypass that as part of the it will be part of the Forest Service decision. It's just as enforceable as in our eyes, and I think the public's eyes, as a state-granted water right, because it then becomes a condition of our special use permit with the Forest Service to own it, own and operate that pipeline on the Forest Service property. Those were the 3 points that I really wanted to raise, because I think those address the concerns that were raised in the comments that were received by the department during the comment period. Any questions?
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other commenters that would like to address this project? Kimberly, would you like to come up?
For the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. And so for my comments today, I actually was going to comment on the Dog River project, but also some procedural stuff. Do you want me to split them? I could do Dog
Yeah,
River now. And
let's do the specific projects, then you can come back up.
For the record, my name is Kimberly Presley, representing Water Watch of Oregon. Water Watch, just for commission reference, Water Watch has been very involved in the 839 process since its inception, including bill negotiations, rulemaking, and commenting on every application that has come to the state thus far. For the 2018 cycle, as you saw, we've commented at every juncture available. As to the Dog River project, I would just say that in a nutshell, we don't believe that it meets the intent or the mandates of Senate Bill 839, and we would urge the commission not to fund the project. And to be clear, we do think that the Dog River expansion project could be a win-win-win project under Senate Bill 839, but as currently designed, we do not believe it meets those environmental benefits. It could do things, for instance, such as dedicate the 1.55 CFS that will be saved through, that will be conserved. They could dedicate it year-round in stream, and they could also provide protection of SVF flows for any expanded or new storage in the wintertime. But the city is not choosing that path at this point. Instead, the city is proposing a pipeline expansion project that will, one, more than double the city's diversion capacity, two, allow the city to dewater the river 9 months of the year. Currently, it's dewatering the river, according to the Forest Service document. It's dewatering the stream 6 months of the year, but it's not, this will allow it, there, as the representative from the city noted, there was a 0.5 CFS bypass flow offered for 3 months, but this doubling would allow it to dewater 9 months of the year, so it's actually an increase. 3, it fails to commit to legally protecting the 0.5 CFS it's offering as bypass. And I appreciate the comments made on this, but we would disagree that having a bypass flow that would allow a junior in-stream water right to capture it is as effective or enforceable as if they were to transfer a portion of their water in stream. If they were to permanently protect that water in stream via transfer of their water right, then the state could actually enforce against them if they failed to provide that flow anytime in the future. And also, as an 1870 right, it would carry down through the system, so it would be enforceable downstream. And I, in response to the comment that it will be a condition of the Forest Service special use permit, 2 things. One, the Forest Service special use permit at this point is only 2 months, not 3, so hopefully that will be altered as that document goes forward. But again, at least it's been our experience that depending on what basin you're in, I think there's different interpretations. Again, this is our experience by water masters as to whether they have the authority to enforce against a federal law versus a state water right. So again, it would be a different calculation if this 0.5 CFS were protected in stream. Then we would say that that's a good thing. 4, this allows for the expanded storage of Crow Creek Reservoir and new storage via an applied-for ASR project without applying the Senate Bill 839 criteria that generally applies to new storage projects. And what those would do is it would require 25% in-stream for the Crow Creek project, and protection of SVF flows for the ASR and the Crow Creek project. And that's another point, actually, just to respond to some of the comments you heard. So the Forest Service analysis, the application for that was submitted before the ASR application was submitted to the state. And so I have the document, and I've been looking through it, and I do not see any consideration of the ASR project, nor, while they do consider the Crow Creek Reservoir, we could not find, at least at this point, consideration of the increase in capacity. What they're talking about doing there is increasing the dam height by 30 feet. And so 2 points, I guess, on the NEPA document is, one, it's a preliminary assessment, but from our point of view, it doesn't have all the pertinent information in front of it. And so we will be participating in the NEPA process, and we will be giving them that information. So I guess I would just say at this point, that determination is very preliminary. It's not a final determination by the Forest Service. 5, we do think that this raises ESA questions. There are 3 listed fish in Dog River. There are also a number of sensitive fish. 6, it will harm in-stream water rights because, again, I know a lot of the attention is on the summertime, but with the ASR project, if it goes forward, and with the increased reservoir capacity at Crow Creek Reservoir, there will be impacts in the wintertime. And so it could dewater the stream in the wintertime, which would affect the junior in-stream water rights. And then finally, and we noted this in our comments, it will allow basically the revival of a water right that has not been used for over 100 years without any sort of environmental review. So I guess all in all, we would say that, the project as proposed will cause, in our view, additional harm to an already stressed stream. And again, we do think that this project could be changed so that it would have an environmental benefit. But as of right now, we would say that the environmental harm outweighs the benefits of the 0.5 CFS bypass that will not be protected with the 1870 rate. And then, let me see, I think there were a couple other things. I know in the letter, I guess just a couple other points. In the letter that the city gave you today, I would just note, so for instance, in paragraph 2, this project is referred to over and over as a replacement project, and again, that would be a very, very different conversation if it was just a replacement project, but it's an expansion project. It's doubling the diversion. And again, I would say that in our estimation, the impacts on the winter flows are significant, and so this assertion that it's sort of moot, we would argue against, because fish need water year-round, and so the increase in possibility for dewatering 9 months of the year, we think is problematic. And with that, I think I will leave it if anyone has any questions.
Questions, Bob?
Hi, Kimberly. You mentioned that you thought this project could be modified to provide the environmental impact or environmental benefits as you see them. What were those modifications that you were seeing that would be important?
Chair Reeves, members of the commission. So our biggest concern with the project as it's proposed is it would allow the dewatering of the river for 9 months of the year. And so, for instance, there are some things that the city could do to get us on board. One would be the fixing of the leaking pipeline. Right now it's leaking about 1.55 CFS. If that were put in stream under the Conserved Water Act, that would go a long way in getting our support. I mean, we would lend our support if they put that water in stream. That would ensure that you have water in stream legally protected by the department year-round. The other thing that we would like to see is, because it's not readily apparent in the many documents related to this project, but if you look at the Conservation and Management Plan in combination with the application and some other documents, it's very clear that this pipeline that they're proposing to replace, it's not just a live flow pipeline. It is a pipeline that will also provide water to 2 storage projects, one being the increased capacity at the Crow Creek Reservoir, the second being the ASR project, if it's approved by the department. They put in an application in the last year. And so if it were to go through the Senate Bill 839 provisions for new storage, that also, I think, would garner additional environmental benefits, because you would protect seasonally varying flows. They could still store water, but you just need to protect seasonally varying flows. And then for the new storage for the above ground project, not the below ground, it would require 25% of the water in the stream. And so those would be things that we would look for in a project like this.
Is there any endangered species protected on this?
There are 3 listed species in Dog River, and there are a number of sensitive species as well, including lamprey.
And there's 3 months a year. It's dewatered now.
It is dewatered, I believe it's 6 months of the year. It's dewatered from June through October. And yeah, we have not yet, had conversations with NOAA Fisheries, so it's unclear to me whether this is on their radar or not. But that in and of itself, the existing diversion right now, we would say, raises endangered species concerns. And so that would be another benefit of providing in-stream flows, protected flows year-round, is it would help alleviate ESA liability on the federal front.
So it's dewatered 6 months now.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking
according to the federal
guarantee of 3, so it still would be 6 months.
I'm sorry, pardon?
You said it would be 9 months dewatered potentially, but it's let's see, they're guaranteeing 3 months. So you take that off, it's still 6 months it would be dewatered, right?
It's 9 months because of the increase in capacity combined with the increase in storage. So if the ASR project is approved and the Crow Creek has been approved, there's a permit there for it, it just hasn't been built yet, that will expand the number of months that they can use that water. Right now, they're only using the water in the wintertime 30 to 70% of the time, as I understand it from the Forest Service document. And so this would increase the number of months that they could dewater the stream. So it's a balance. Yes, they're helping 3 months that are dewatered right now, but because of the expansion, they are expanding the months that they could dewater it in the winter time. It's a seasonal distinction.
Thanks. Sorry to dominate. Kimberly, I think this, actually, there's a couple of Kimberlys, so I think this question is for you, but can you help me understand the review process a little bit for this one? I'm presuming that somebody from ODF&W was on the review committee and somebody from Oregon's DEQ. And I'm wondering if the ODF&W was aware of the issue that's been brought up about greater time period of the stream being dewatered and how they felt about that when they did their environmental assessment. And with DEQ, what I was wondering, and I don't know, is whether this area is covered by the recent TMDL they've adopted for the Hood River, and whether they considered the impacts of the dewatering on their temperature TMDL and the allocations that they would have given to either the city or to the non-point sources.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Baumgartner. Yes, a representative from DEQ and ODFW participated on the technical review team. I do not recall their specific comments or the conversation about this particular project during that meeting. So I'll look to Becky and see if she remembers if that came up. I know we did discuss at at length how bypass flows are not recognized under this program as legal protection of water in stream, and therefore they are told not to score. And in fact, we specifically fill in that part for them, that they can't receive points for that particular public benefit. But I don't remember the water quality discussion.
I can, Commissioner Reeves, Commissioner Baumgartner, I do not recall the specific conversation regarding water quality as a result of this project. I can say, however, that the DEQ representative was keenly aware of TMDL issues, and throughout the TRT meeting where we discussed each application, questions and comments regarding water quality impacts and how, again, that change that a project would have on the water quality was a part of each and every discussion around the projects at hand. I would also remind us, if you have an opportunity as you look in the staff report, we do see that the technical review team gave this particular project a score of 11 in the environmental category, and DEQ, ODFW were a part of that. So we do have the reflection of their opinions in the score.
If I may, could I speak to that question? Okay, Chair Reeves, Representative Baumgartner. This actually leaks into one of the process points we were going to make, but I'll make that point later, but I'll just answer your question specifically. It illustrates the widely varying scoring between the agencies that have expertise in water quality, fish and wildlife, water quantity, and those that are more development-oriented agencies. And again, I'll get into that later, but as far as water quality, with regard to the Dog River project, ODF&W and DEQ scored it with a 0. And then on the other hand, you had ODA scoring it with a 4 out of 5 points for water quality. And if you look at the scores for this project, you will see that DEQ, WRD, and ODF&W scored low, while ODA, Regional Solutions, and Business Oregon scored high. So, the takeaway for us is the agencies with expertise in these areas scored low. And again, I'll expand upon this process problem later, but just wanted to answer that question.
So I'm curious, is there a forum whereby this can be worked out outside of a court?
Well,
anyone?
The application could be tabled for further discussion with the parties who are interested, including the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs.
But that's my question. Is there currently a forum whereby the tribes and Water Watch and the city and the Forest Service can work on this sort of a place-based approach, or is it all within the context of NEPA and potential lawsuits?
Well, I'll just volunteer. The Commission's decision can be made apart from what the other what the other agencies are doing, the NEPA decisions or whatever. And I think if we were to decide not to make a decision on this today, it would be with the direction that the staff reconvene a group to kind of work through the issues that are presented, because this does feel like there's a lot of outstanding, to me at least, there are outstanding issues that could probably use further work and maybe can get to a place where the participants are all comfortable with the outcome. I'm troubled by the fact that the tribes are opposed. And I know it sounds like there was some kind of a glitch in communication or whatever, but at any rate, we heard from them late in the process, and they're not on board, and that causes me concern. Excuse me. I know, really.
Good to have some.
Did he do that on purpose?
But to explore that process just a little bit more, Chair Reeves, because I think there's opportunity for us to reconsider, which is not necessarily a denial.
Right.
So if it was a glitch, or if there's opportunity that's easy to fix, then perhaps this can come back in a reasonable time frame to us. Is that correct?
That was my thinking, but you guys can confirm about that?
Clarifying information.
Yeah,
would be really good.
exactly.
There's really conflict here.
Yeah.
Let staff to come.
Right, sure, absolutely.
I think we need more facts. It's really
Yeah, I think so, too.
If I may, a couple of points. The TRT, I think made, in our view, a good recommendation with the information available through that process. In our view, the much deeper, much more detailed dive-down look at the environmental impacts has been done through the NEPA process. The TRT did not have the benefit of that because that was just completed and just published this last weekend. We submitted the proposed action on this to the Forest Service in 2010. So we have amended and updated the scope of the proposed project, including the provision of these bypass flows. The NEPA analysis did consider the additional capacity of the pipeline. In their analysis, they knew what the maximum withdrawal rates were going to be. The pipeline has always been used year-round. It's not something that we are bringing back an unused water right. We're going to be building more into our existing water right, and that's necessary to meet the municipal demands of a growing community. I would just draw out the findings of the preliminary assessment from the NEPA analysis, and with the added size of the pipeline, with the bypass flows that are proposed, the findings are that the project would not likely to adversely affect Lower Columbia River Chinook, coho, and steelhead. Those are the three sensitive and listed species that were referenced, and it's anticipated to have no effect for Middle Columbia River steelhead and their critical habitat. And the project is providing a likely benefit for cutthroat trout and having no impact on Pacific lamprey and inland red band trout. So I would just share with the commission those findings from what we feel is a very in-depth environmental analysis that's just been completed and posted in draft form. That analysis was supported by two separate studies, one a fisheries and one a hydrology study.
So what was this study available just like yesterday or
Saturday?
Okay, so really.
Yes, it really is fresh.
The other parties haven't had a chance.
It sounds like some have looked at it for sure, but the state agencies, I don't know if they're, we were having conversations with them in the development of this project while NEPA was still going on, so they haven't seen those preliminary findings yet.
Well, so if the commission were to decide today to ask that this project come back for a second look, what's your thinking about when, can we do that in February without creating an uproar among all of your situations, or?
From a staff standpoint, I think if folks are willing to engage in the conversation, we could make that our goal, to bring this back in February. That would be our earliest opportunity to bring it back to the commission's in this forum.
That work? I mean, I feel like I'm not ready to, there's too much conflict still around this and questions that could use clarification and
Chair Reeves, if I may, it would be helpful to know what information that the commission is seeking or what clarification, and that would sort of what you're interested in would likely impact how quickly the parties could get together and figure something out.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I think what we're interested in is whether the parties can agree on a scenario that they think protects the interests that they're worried about. I mean, I think this would be an opportunity to bring the Warm Springs tribes into the conversation more fully, to speak directly with the city about it, and then barring that, I guess we'd want to get more clarity about, it seems like we're presented with some pretty opposite facts about what's happening on the ground in this system, and so getting some clarity about what is really happening I mean, dewatering a stream for any period of time with 3 listed species in it and an agency saying there's no adverse impact is, I don't know, I'd just like to know more about that.
Yeah, and the analysis goes into a lot of the details about that. It talks about the flow recovery that occurs naturally immediately downstream from additional tributaries and groundwater sources. So
more explanation along those lines.
And so that information is in the preliminary analysis that's just, or assessment, excuse me, that's just been published.
Does that give you enough guidance about what we're hoping to see? Anybody else want to
So I have 2 concerns. One goes back to my original question. It doesn't sound like that there is a forum currently functioning whereby this conversation can happen, that it's going to have to be created in the next couple months. Is that correct?
I believe so. I mean, we have relationships with local fisheries biologist staff for both the state and the tribes. That's how we got to the proposal that we did submit, including the bypass flows. So we're not averse to talking to each other, certainly.
And for us, in terms of the reason that this program came about, it sounds like we're being pulled into policy making by grant making, which makes me uncomfortable. It doesn't seem like the intent of this program was to make it a proxy for policy. Mm-hmm. And some of these arguments sound like they're policy arguments over what is an appropriate ongoing action to do with water in stream or out of stream. And so I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't know that that's going to change if we come back to an answer which in the short term, how likely is it that you're going to get, or the tribe is going to get everything they want in 2 to 3 months with the holidays? I don't know. It seems like a lot of pressure where it's unclear, and with that push. I'm curious, it's 12% of an $8 million project. What do you do if you don't get this grant? What's plan B?
Well, we keep looking for funding. The project could get delayed even further as we raise more internal, ratepayer-based funding. Would probably be Plan B1.
Yeah. Okay.
And just somewhat to disagree with my neighbor to the north, I think you raise a great...
I'm south of you, buddy. I'm at home.
Oh, I'm in here.
We have some details we have to...
Really glad
here as well.
But although I do think there is some fear of stepping into developing or debating policy through grants. I don't think that's the intent or what I was expecting that we would do, and I think that's something really to be concerned about. Also, I think we should be somewhat concerned about trying to second-guess the scoring of our professional groups. They do that. To me, this gets more to the second point that Meg made is there just seems to be some conflict of really understanding some of what the facts are, and if we can clarify that, ideally, if everybody can come to agreement, that would be great. Failing that, I'd feel more comfortable if I did have a better understanding of some of the facts. It sounds to me like there is a new fact set available that can help influence that, and it's worth a little bit of time to make sure we do have an understanding, a complete understanding of what we're voting on.
So, do you feel like there's enough guidance here to kind of try to revisit the drawing board, I would say, on this, not the drawing board, but the resolution board, so that we have a clearer picture of what's proposed and what the benefits are? I think we're pretty clear on the economic benefits, and it's really the ecological benefits, I think, that we'd like to see more information to get us more comfortable.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, I think it is clear. I'm not sure procedurally if the commission needs to do a formal action where they recommend or request the department gather more information, check in with the parties, and return to the commission at a later date. I don't know if that's necessary, and if it is, I would frame it that way.
Yeah, I think it will be, because we won't be saying yay or nay to this recommended project, so we'll be saying something else about it. And maybe we can do that as part of the, have we voted individually on these projects in the past? Or have we done them as a slate?
You do them as a slate, but in the instance of if anyone needs to recuse themselves, or if there's one like this, we could pull it out and we need to address that separately.
So let's put it on hold for now, exactly procedurally how we'll do this, but we'll do something before the end of this agenda item to do what you just described. Okay. All right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next person, next comment card I have is from Joshua Thompson with the Wasco County Soil and Water Conservation District.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Commissioners.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Josh Thompson. I'm a Senior Conservation Planner for Wasco County Soil and Water Conservation District. Been with the district for 18 years. I've only been involved with the Mosier project for the last 2. So I'm still playing catch up on the 40-plus years of history that has went on that watershed. But it didn't take long for me to start getting phone calls from orchardists, businesses, homeowners, and real estate agents. The most common call I get is, hey, my well just went dry. Can you help me? I quickly realized that the declining aquifers in Mosier was the most economically important issue that Wasco County Conservation District is working on. And sustainability is a big buzzword in the environmental community, but it has significant meaning in the Mosier Aquifer project, because due to lack of science, construction standards, and poor planning, we have implemented an unsustainable practice, resulting in the overuse of groundwater resource. Aquifers are continuing to decline. While we love the term aquifer recovery, I'd like to start with aquifer sustainability. We have a great plan to achieve this. It's based on years of research and millions of dollars invested by state, federal, local, and private contributors. So the Mosier Million Project is on track to repair 15 commingling wells by June of next year. Due to unseen hydraulic conditions, the first Mosier deep well ran over budget. We now know how to drill the second well and what it's going to cost. To shut the project off now would not help the progress towards sustainability of the Mosier aquifers. Without continuing progress on the plan, more wells will dry up, more wells will get deepened, and more families will incur financial hardships due to the declining aquifers. 2 gentlemen rode down here with me today, Bryce Molesworth and Wade Root. They're going to speak to you next. They're quite unique. They're farmers. Neither one of them are rich, live illustrious lifestyles, or drive fancy cars. Yet together, the 2 of them put up $500,000 towards this project. So they're pillars of the community, and that community stood together to make the Mosier Aquifer Recovery Project a reality. Commissioners can approve the funding today needed to complete the Mosier Deep Well project, a project that will help ensure the sustainability of an entire community, 6% of Wasco County's tax base, and home to over 1,400 people. So the Deep Well project is ranked number 9. It's the next on the list. And I did some quick math. If you move that line down and fund 9 projects, you still have 49.5% of the available funds left for 2019. So, thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Are there any other commenters? There are other commenters on this item, is that right? Would you like to come up?
Thank you. My name is Bryce Molesworth. I was the recipient of the first deep well that ran horribly over budget. I did put $250,000 into that before we started to see that it went through. I think you probably are well versed, because you funded this project last time, that we just got a cost overrun on the first well. And the science that has been picked up, because nobody had drilled that deeply in our area through the various layers of Columbia River basalt, that we're confident we can drill the next well and bring it in on budget, but we just blew through too much money on the first go-around. So we're really just requesting enough funds to get the second well drilled, which is going to take the 2 largest irrigators out of the valley, so that the people with domestic wells have got a chance to continue to have water while we repair the leaking wells and make more progress. This little community and the way that the geography is kind of like the coal mine or the canary in the coal mine, because what we learn here over time is going to affect a lot of communities with Columbia River basalt aquifers. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I'm Wade Root, representing the Root family. I'm the principal with my wife. And if you think this group's intimidating, you should try to sell this to my wife. So, a few years ago, we were approached about, would you be willing to go down this road? And my neighbor just drilled a well for $80,000 or so. And so we were asked, well, we're looking at $250,000. And so we've been going toward, as a family, trying to put that funds together. When I first came back from college and worked with my father, we were hand lines, and we've gone to drip. I went through a series of so we're using less water than we've had. And my son is now coming into the business, and we're just trying to look for sustainability. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions for these gentlemen? Nope. Thank you very much. Let's see. Next.
Well, one more related.
Oh, sure.
I'm Walter Bird, hydrogeologist with GSI Water Solutions, for the record. I'm here on behalf of the Wasco SWCD and the Mosier Creek watershed community collectively. I've been working in that area since 2002, actually, on water resource and commingling well issues, and actually in the Columbia River basalt since 1985. So I'm intimately familiar with this issue, both locally and its sort of its regional implications. First, I want to just express my appreciation for the commitment the Commission has made in funding prior projects, in particular Bryce's deep irrigation well. These are important pieces of an overall strategy to stabilize water levels out in the Mosier Basin. I'm here actually just to provide some additional technical rationale, and I'm going to focus it on two things, but I'd be glad to answer any other technical questions that you folks might have. Again, I want to express the importance of this particular project. It's really half of the deep well project. It's not, in a sense, a separate project. It's a key piece of the overall strategy by removing the most significant volume of pumping in the two key aquifers in the basin. And hopefully, well, we have a strong belief that will help stabilize water levels out there. That plus the addressing the commingling wells. So the two technical facts I want to point out. One of them is, besides being the sole source of water to domestic wells, irrigation wells, which are the economic base of the community, and the city's well, I might add, is also in that watershed. The Pomona and Priest Rapids aquifers, these are the two aquifers that we're talking about, are the primary source, are also connected to Mosier Creek. And this is based on an awful lot of work that the department has done, the USGS has done, and particularly recently, a lot of breakthroughs in terms of understanding this connection have been made. Historically, the aquifers have discharged to the creek, providing base flow during the summer months in particular, but all through the year. Water levels in the aquifers have declined to the point that pumping during the summer irrigation season reverses the gradients between the aquifers and the creek and takes up to 40% of the base flow. And that's been documented by the department and recently a PSU student thesis out there. The first well, Mr. Molesworth's well, has removed a significant portion of the Priest Rapids pumping that occurs during the summer. The second well, Wade Root's well, would remove a significant portion of the pumping from the Pomona aquifer. The two, again, those are the two aquifers that used to discharge and provide base flow, and now are actually losing, or I should say, taking water from the creek. The second point, and Bryce talked about this, and I alluded to it earlier, is this work and the investment by the department and the stakeholders here actually has another benefit and purpose, and this project, I'll tie it in a second, is actually a key piece of it. Mosier has provided this, essentially an ideal laboratory for understanding how the Columbia River basalt aquifers work. Mostly because it's just the amount of resource and the expertise that has gone in studying it, and it's on a manageable scale. It's a pretty small area, relatively speaking. I don't know if you folks are aware, but the Columbia River basalt aquifers throughout the Pacific Northwest are they're stressed in a lot of places. And the work that's been done out there has really contributed vastly to the knowledge about the impact of commingling wells and of pumping and connections to surface water all through the basin. I've done a lot of work in Washington State on a much larger scale, utilizing the knowledge from Mosier. So, I and others have used this as a template for how to approach and potentially manage resources in these stressed aquifers. So why does this particular project, or half of our project, this well, matter? It really provides the final piece for understanding the relative contribution of the various factors to groundwater level declines in these aquifers, these vulnerable aquifers, and the trade-offs required to sustainably manage those resources. This is the technical piece of it. I don't want this to overshadow just the raw fact that this is the economic base of this community. But there is a larger purpose here too. And completing this well, besides obviously addressing the sustainability of the aquifers, I think will go a long way towards helping the department and other regulatory agencies understand how to manage these resources all throughout the state. Thank you. Be glad to take any other
Any
questions.
questions? Thank you, Mr. Burley. Oh, you do have
I'm
one.
curious, but I don't know if you're actually, if this is something you can address, but you've been working in the area long enough. I wasn't on the commission the first time around. I'm not familiar with the previous project. I'm trying to understand from a land use perspective if this puts water back into the well system that I assume has been increasingly drawn upon as there has been parcelization and movement into here, not long-time uses. And so the question is, does this simply send a signal to, oh, there's more water available and more building is going to happen and it'll end up being drawn down again in the same manner?
You know, there's some sort of larger policy. I have an opinion about it, and I think a very informed opinion about it, and that is no. I don't think it sends a signal that you know, there's more water to be had. I think that, you know, I receive calls on a regular basis from realtors and from well owners. Not as much maybe as Josh does, but everybody is concerned about the viability of the resource, and this relates a little bit to you know, sort of how these projects are looked at. You know, the scoring, I think, looks for an added benefit, and rightfully so. This is a situation, though, where we're trying to save the community, not sort of add water to the system. Right now, we're taking water from the creek. We would like to, at the very least, stop taking it from the creek, if not add it back to the creek. In terms of groundwater resources, I don't think anybody would say that or think that there's going to be more water available. Water levels have dropped about 200 feet over the last 30 years, and they continue to decline. And most of the decline now, it used to be commingling wells. Most of the decline now is related to pumping.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Megan Saunders?
Hi, I'm Megan Saunders. I'm the Watershed Project Manager for the Hood River Watershed Group, and I am just going to bring up Doug Hart. He's the manager for D Irrigation District. And just quickly talk about the D-Flat Water Conservation Project, hopefully pretty fast. But the current system is this mix of old clay, steel, wood, and plastic pipe, generally from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, as well as some sections of open canal. And it is causing some real issues, with water loss and water waste, as well as issues with irrigation water delivery and long-term reliability. So this proposed project would upgrade their distribution system to a fully enclosed and pressurized system, eliminating the 7 end spills that were mentioned earlier, conserving a lot of water, increasing in-stream flows in the West Fork Hood River, which has populations of spring chinook, summer and winter steelhead, and coho, all of which are listed in the Hood River Basin. It would also improve irrigation water reliability and long-term resiliency to climate change for the D Irrigation District patrons, for the agricultural base of Hood River County in general, as well as reducing energy use through the elimination of pumps. This project has been a high priority for the Hood River Basin for many years now, so we are hoping you'll support it. And I want to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, Doug or I are happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? No? How about, do you have anything to add, Mr. Hart?
I guess basically I'd really like to thank OWRD for consideration in this grant and all the support that you all give. I think it's going to be a good project. It's going to will modernize de-irrigation, and we can start, I mean, we're already working pretty efficiently, but I think we can get 100% water use efficient by
through this project.
Any questions for Mr. Hart? No? Thank you both.
Thank you.
So, April Snell. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. I will make my comments brief. I am not here to speak about any specific project, although I will note one of our member districts is on the recommended list and one of them is not. However, what I would say is I was one of the stakeholders who helped develop Senate Bill 839, worked on the negotiations with the bill, and was an active participant on both of the rulemaking advisory groups. When the program, when the bill was passed in 2013, there was a broad group of stakeholders who were supporting that bill. That included water user stakeholders from both the agricultural and municipal community, as well as conservation groups, including the Freshwater Trust, Nature Conservancy. Those folks were involved in the very early discussions of the bill and in the negotiations as that bill moved forward. When the bill was created, it was in the thought that there are a lot of water projects out there, and the needs for those water projects are huge. And Oregon doesn't have the resources to be able to fund those projects at the level that our neighbors to the south in California or our neighbors to the north in Washington. But let's take a small step and try and create a program that can help leverage other funding that's out there for projects that provide public benefits, as the staff have well described. We knew when we created that program, and it went through a very extensive rulemaking process, the program did not come up and running for 2 years, which should indicate that there was a lot of discussion at those rulemaking groups. Not everybody got what they wanted. In fact, I would say everybody at the table would probably say that there was something that they would have changed and made better. We knew that we would have to modify this program and make it better as it moves forward. That time may not be right now, but now that we're getting into several cycles of funding, it would seem ripe to do so. This body, this commission, does have the ability to, you make the decision ultimately. You can modify the decision, you can ask staff to come back. You can also instruct the department to take some further looks at this department. Just bear in mind that there's a broad stakeholder community that would like to be involved in that process. The other thing that I would say is bearing in mind that this is a funding program that is a small drop in the bucket of an otherwise broad funding package that's needed to do any of these projects. And one of the discussions that was had that I think is important in the discussion you guys have had today is nothing in this funding program changes existing rules or laws related to how water projects are built or expanded, how conservation programs work under the current law. That is all outside of this current program. Now, this program is supposed to go towards projects with public benefits, and you guys have all of that information in front of you. But I think it's important, especially with the information that's been presented today, that it's noted that nothing in this program changes existing laws. And if our goal is to further incent various water entities to put more water in stream and to protect that water, you have to give them incentives to do so. There are a number of things under current law that is completely allowable. For example, entities that have water rights that are senior, in many instances, yes, those can dry up streams around the state. If you want them to put that water in stream and do things differently, you have to provide them with the incentives to do so. These funding programs are designed to do that, but they're not designed to both be regulatory and an incentive at the same time. And unfortunately, that is the challenge that you as the commission have. Your primary mission is to make sure that you're managing and looking after Oregon's water resources, but you also have this great funding program, and how do you lift up the greatest projects in the best way? It's complicated, and I would say this program is due for some modifications, but that will take a lot of effort and a lot of time to do so. That would not be right now as we're going into a legislative session, I will say. But I commend your guys' efforts as you work through these projects, and look forward to being a part of future discussions and how we can make sure that we're incenting projects for the benefit of all Oregonians. So with that, I thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions you have.
I have a question while you're all three there, getting to the bigger picture. This is the third round? Third round. So we just looked at the scoring for the 2017 round, and similarly, we're clearly grading on a curve here. I mean, on a point scale of 100, we're getting the best project at about 60. Does it surprise you, based on how it was constructed and the way the scoring matrix was put together? Does it surprise you that our top projects aren't 80s and 90s?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, if you look at the scoring guidance, including in your staff report, you'll see that projects are scored from -1 to 5, with 5 being that this provides exceptional benefits. So we generally see that it should be hard to get a 5. And so I think it'd be unusual to see projects at the 85 to 100 range. I think one of the things, though, that we are interested in looking at when we do a program review, which we're hoping to do in the near future, and I've talked about with this group, I think even in Joseph at the last commission meeting, is to take a look at that to see if that scoring system as it's set up makes sense. But it would be very, very difficult to get the sort of 85 to 100 point range.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, if I may, as a stakeholder that was a participant in that process, I was among many who disagreed with how the scoring system was constructed. It was something that we wanted more specifically to be called out in the rules. It was not, and there are a variety of ways that you can score projects. I think that in some ways is semantics. But, as Ms. Ogren said, it should be hard to get full points. But I also think that, again, if we're looking at projects that are designed to plus up what we're doing, there might be a different scoring mechanism to do that. But it's still an early program, and I think has a lot of good things going for it, and just making some modest improvements might greatly enhance that. I will note that there's also the addition that while this is the third round of funding, the staff administering the program, while they're extremely capable, are also new to the program. And so, every time you have someone new who comes, they may have different interpretations of the program. And I think, everybody might give you a different view on what they think of it. But it is something where if you have a system that people understand of, how do you get more points, then that, I think, can make the difference in how people score, is having greater clarity.
I think I would just add, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, that we encourage applicants to come in for pre-application conferences, and we are always ready and able to have conversations with them about how they could scope their project or prepare their application and understand the scoring guidance that the technical review team is directed to use to their advantage in their ability to best describe their project to attain a better score.
And are people taking advantage of that offer?
Yes.
Great, that's good.
Mm-hmm. But not all.
Yes, some.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, April. Kimberly, do you want to, I think you might have, if you'd like, you had more comments about the programmatic issues. We've kind of drifted into that, so let's do all the comment, and then we'll come back to the specific, I wasn't looking at you.
Told you.
For the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here representing Water Watch. most of these comments are in our written comments, so I'll try and keep it short in the interest of time. But we did just wanted to highlight a few of our process concerns that we think would help with the evaluation of these projects going forward under the existing law. First, there are 5 points I'm going to make. One, and again, I talked about this extensively in our comments under the second point, but we do have concerns about the scoring of environmental benefits by agencies that don't have expertise in fish and wildlife habitat, water quality, or water quantity. What we're seeing is that for projects where there are demonstrable environmental benefits, you are seeing sort of uniform scoring. But where there aren't demonstrable benefits, we're seeing some pretty wide swings in the scoring between the agencies that have expertise and the agencies that don't. And from our viewpoint, it makes some of the final scores on these not defensible, frankly. So to address this, we would urge the state to think about revamping the TRT process so that only those agencies with expertise in that particular scoring area are able to score. Somewhat related, number two, we do think there's improvement for ensuring adherence to the statutory scoring criteria. The Water Resources Department has put together a very comprehensive guideline document that is in your packet. We think that's great. That was done in January of 2018. But unfortunately, not all agencies are following these guidelines. So there again, might be that if you limited scoring to the agencies that on particular points, you might have better adherence to the guidelines if the experts in that area were scoring on those particular things. Three, and again, we noted this in our comments, but I'll just state it again. We do have concerns about the lack of inclusion of Native American tribes in the TRT. You know, by statute, affected Indian tribes are to be included in the technical review team, and we understand that the department is working on improvements and has worked on improvements, but we do think that this needs more attention. This was a key piece of the legislation and was very important to both stakeholders and legislators. Four, another area of improvement is the inclusion of additional experts. This is allowed by statute, and we would say in instances where for instance, in instances where a project does have an impact on streams where there are federally listed fish, that it would be good to include in the TRT the relevant federal fish agencies, whether that be U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or NOAA Fisheries. And then fifth, and again, this was in our comments, but we would like to see, or we have concerns about whether or not the state is ensuring that grant conditions mandate the environmental claims made by applicants. And as we've stated before, without conditions of the grant doing this, there's a real question as to accountability, and it may be that the department is in fact doing this. It's unclear from the staff reports what's happening on this. And we would say that the importance of this is exemplified by projects such as the Flat Creek Watershed Enhancement Project. They say a lot of really great things, and I think the agencies scored based on those representations, but there are no real hard commitments. So if the department were to mandate commitments, then the state could ensure that the representations going forward were met. Again, those are some, but not all of our concerns, and we're very happy to sit down with the department and others to talk about improvements that can be made to ensure that really the best projects do rise to the top. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it. So what we have in front of us is action on the staff's recommendation. And I guess we've had some discussion about tabling number 8 for down the road, but I would invite any comment or conversation about any of the other recommended projects to begin with. Does anybody have any further, anybody want to talk about those projects further? Yes, Bob?
Just a very minor one, but on number 5, I do have to recluse myself because my agency, or the agency I work with, is submitting that request. It's a very beautiful, wonderful request.
That was unbiased, right?
Yes.
So would that mean you have to recuse yourself from the entire slate?
Unless we vote individually.
We'll pull that out and have a separate vote. on it.
Yeah, we'll just vote separately on that one.
Was Mike the same way, just one that he was conflicted on?
I think Commissioner Fott was more concerned about kind of his longer-term trajectory and was wishing to pull himself out of the whole thing.
Okay. Wasn't clear on that. Okay.
All right. So is there any further discussion about the other projects? So I'm wondering, oh yeah, Kathy.
On the Mosier, if that is a continuation of a previously funded project, you know, we talk about this on the place-based planning, that you don't want to get so far down and then, you know, halfway through the project and yank the funds away. Are we doing that by not funding the second half of the Mosier, as a thought?
What was the funding for the first half of this project?
It's supposed to be 2 wells, but we only could do one because of cost of wells.
Chair Reeves, I might give just a little history and context. In 2016, an application was put forward for the Mosier Deep Water Supply Well that would drill 2 deep wells, sort of deeper than ever had been drilled before there. So there was some inherent risk to the project. But the goal of that project was to drill those 2 wells so that the 2 senior irrigators who commented this morning would be able to draw water from that aquifer and not another aquifer, thereby alleviating the pressures on that original aquifer, which I believe does provide some base flow to Mosier Creek.
Okay.
As was described, the project was awarded funding in 2016, so May of 2016. They started drilling the first well, and they ran into some unknowns as they were drilling, and that resulted in the cost overruns. So the grantee approached the department and asked if they could increase their grant in order to still be able to complete those 2 wells. The request for their increase was significant, and so we advised them that it would be better to complete 1 well under that grant, and they could apply for additional funds as a separate project. And so that's why they're coming forward. So it is a continuation, but at the same time is a separate fund.
Separate, okay. Well, that's helpful.
Were all the funds expended from the first grant?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Moll, my understanding is that they have not all been expended to date, and we've received some questions from the grantee on to what extent could those funds be used on the second well, and so we're still in conversations with them to get more information on how that would be, but they have not expended all of the funds on the first grant yet.
Any other comment?
Ultimately, that's to supply data for really the groundwater, preliminary groundwater study that we're trying to develop, similar to Harney and Walla Walla Basin, all those is really what the purpose of that is.
Yes, Commissioner Corn, you're right. One of the public benefits of the project when it was first awarded funds was as they drilled the well, we had staff on site that were collecting cuttings and getting a better understanding of the aquifer.
Well, are we ready to, for a motion on the first, the recommended projects? I'm thinking, I could say what the motion might be if there was one.
We have to exclude number 4, I guess.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, and then
Number
6,
5.
7.
Number 5.
Yeah. Number 5.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Do we need to name them in the motion?
So one option, and I'm not sure what the will of the commission is with respect to number 8, so I can give you a couple of variations on what I've been hearing. One motion that you could do is to recommend funding for the projects identified in Table 1 of the staff report, ranked 1 through 4, and 6 and 7.
That'd be the first motion.
Option. And you could act on that. Then a second motion would be relating to, again, Table 1, Project 5. And that would be a separate action with Commissioner Baumgartner recusing himself. And then the open question here is, I guess another open question is, what is your will around project number 8? Do you want to table that for future? We can fold that into the motion as well. And then the question about whether you want to take on project number 9 in Table 2 would be another option based on the conversation we've had today.
Maybe then we should settle project number 9 before we do a motion. Or maybe we should make project number 9 a subject of a separate motion, since it's not within the recommendation. Why don't we, how about if we do the easy, exactly, the low-hanging fruit. So the motion would be to approve 1 through 4 and 6 and 7
In Table 1.
from
of the
Table
staff
1
report.
of the staff report.
I'm so moved that we would do
So
that.
moved. All right, is there a second for that?
I second that.
All right. So all those in favor, or any further discussion before I leap to a vote? Okay, all those in favor? Bob?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
And yes. So that's unanimous. Let's do the number 5 next, and that's one where Bob would not be voting.
Again, I'm sorry, so just to make it clear, we're moving to fund project number 5 in Table 1 of the staff report.
I so moved.
Kathy moves, second? We need a second. Okay, Bruce, second?
I thought Raquel was giving us new information.
I'm sorry, I was looking your way. It's never way.
Okay. Unless there's further conversation about this, it's time to vote on moving on number 5. Joe?
Yes.
Bruce?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, excuse me. Unanimous. Okay, and then I think we can make number 8 the subject of a separate motion, which would be to, the motion would be to not make it, to table that project for decision at the February meeting unless,
Chair Reeves,
in the
I-
future? Would you
Maybe
prefer that?
modify that a little bit.
Okay.
To table a funding decision on project number 8, directing staff to do some further review in concert with the stakeholders who we've heard from, and bring and report back to the commission at a future meeting. I don't want to tie us necessarily to February in case it ends up taking longer.
That's fine. Would someone like to move that? With a so moved?
We table 8, project 8 on Table 1, and direct staff to bring us back more information at a later meeting
Thank you.
and decision.
I'll second that.
Bob seconds. Any further conversation on this one?
You know, with the way we've done that one, I guess I do have a question. That really puts that into next year's grant cycle, maybe a little earlier than the normal. It wouldn't be the November meeting, but it would definitely be in the next year's grant cycle. Would that have an influence on number 9 then, too?
Yeah, I would consider this just to be some leftover work remaining from this grant cycle. Certainly, we're cognizant of the funding implications, but based on our recommendations that we have today, we're still preserving a pretty sizable dollar amount for the grant cycle that would go into 2019. Plus, we're crossing our fingers that the legislature will provide some additional resources. So I think that my hope is that we'll have plenty of resources going into the 2019 grant cycle, if that gets to your concern.
Okay, are we ready for a vote on this one? Bob?
Yes.
Yes.
Chris? Yes. All right, that is unanimous. Further discussion about the number 9, the Mosier project? Any thoughts?
It's certainly been an issue that's been before the commission since I've been on here, and Bob and I have been on here. There's been issues with Mosier with commingling of aquifers and well driller contractor problems and a variety of problems. And certainly this is an area that's becoming more critical in our concerns. If staff feels that it would be helpful to have that get done sooner rather than later, to have data that we need in helping to try to solve some of the issues there, on the commission level, things that we will have to deal on, it may make sense to look towards approving that in this cycle. I would like, is there any comments?
I don't know if Kim or Becky have a comment on that. I guess one of the things that I would offer, and this may help you in your deliberations, is that the demarcation, the line that we drew as a staff in terms of funding recommendations between Table 1 and Table 2 was based on a couple of considerations. One is we wanted to be able to preserve some dollars for continuity within our grant program going into 2019. So we've set us, by doing so, we set aside some dollars going forward into the next grant cycle, not knowing exactly what the legislature is going to do in terms of new resources for our next for the 1921 budget that is we'll know more about in June or so. The second is there was a kind of a natural break between the scoring that you'll see here with the 46 for Project 8 and 40 for number 9. So we saw that as kind of a natural break to distinguish where we might draw that line. What it doesn't mean is that Projects 9, 10, and 11 are not worthy of funding. And so I think that's I want to kind of give you that context, that we're trying to balance a few things with the program, that we see these projects as having value, but we did see a natural break there, and that's why we landed with funding recommendations where we did.
Tom, one follow-up, or maybe it's a follow-up. Does this project being below the funding line reflect a different evaluation of this proposal versus the one we already funded, or is it just where it fell within the other projects that were in play?
Chair Reeves, I'll apologize. Becky and I were conferring on something, and I missed the first part of your
I was asking, with respect to the Mosier proposal, does having it below the line reflect some change in our evaluation of this as compared to the one that the commission did fund? Or does it reflect a different set of applications being in the queue and it just pushed it further down? And maybe that's, if you can't answer that, just say so. But if you can, I'd like to know the answer.
Chair Reeves, I think it could reflect a number of things. The scoring guidance has not changed. It's the same scale, and we've tweaked some language, but that stayed the same the last 3 years. The first application was for two wells, and characterized as such, versus this application is for one well. And both applications explain the public benefits of the action to be taken with the funds provided. And so each year, you're just going to have in that description different public benefits demonstrated, and the TRT scores on the public benefits. And so they scored it accordingly in 2016 and found it to have sufficient public benefits to warrant funding. And then this year, in this application, when they scored it, they felt that the public benefits, as described in the application, did not warrant a recommendation for funding. So it's really about, are there sufficient public benefits? And where the line goes each year can vary based on what applications come forward. But I think it's important to remember that 9 through 19, the TRT felt did not have enough public benefit to be funded.
Which is an important clarification of what I just said, because I think I misled you based on what Kim was saying. So listen to her. She knows what she's talking about.
Pay no attention to that.
Really, the environmental is the biggest issue because it doesn't put water back in the streams. That's really where the dividing line is on this. But nevertheless, we do have a critical groundwater area. It's kind of almost a crossover type that this grant really doesn't fit maybe as well as some other funding source. But the issue is still fairly critical because of the groundwater issues that we've been faced with for a while, that the people who live in that area have been faced with for a while.
Well, this is a bit of a trailblazing effort with respect to issues that we have in the Columbia Basin basalts. And this is not the last time that we're going to hear from folks around groundwater issues in these basalt systems. And as you heard from folks, it is part of a broader strategy to try to put this community on a sustainable path. It doesn't fit within because it's groundwater, I think it doesn't fit as well within some of the criteria that we have in 839. And I suppose that's another element that we should take into account as we look at the program and improvements to the program over time.
Yes, Bob.
Just a process question. I apologize to everybody, but I did not think there'd be any risk in promising somebody to give them a call at 12:30.
Yeah.
I've been playing with my phone, putting them off, so I either need to step out for 5 minutes or if we can table it for further discussion, either way would work for me, but I really apologize.
You could do it after lunch,
Yeah.
because we are really late.
Maybe we should, if there's interest in pursuing this further, then we should just table it till after lunch. If not, if people are confident they're comfortable with the staff recommendation, then
We could table it till next year too, obviously, just like we did number 8.
why don't you go ahead, Bob?
I apologize.
No. Well, I guess we'll have to check in when all of us are together again about what we want to do with this, but I'm not, yeah, I mean, if somebody wanted to make a motion when we have a quorum, we could do that. Well, actually.
You've got a quorum.
We do have a quorum. We do, but I think we should table it.
I would certainly benefit from more background information. I mean, on one hand, I hear programmatically to the department claims that this was funded initially in part because of knowledge to be gained. I'd like to understand that better. So I would either like to talk a little bit more about it after lunch, or, as you suggested, treat it in the same way that we've treated the Dog River proposal.
That's the more fair way.
The second option?
Yeah, to give staff and/or, I don't know if process-wise that runs counter to how you're trying to manage the grant program or not.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mull, so the Commission's role in this funding opportunity is to make a final decision on the project and whether it provides public benefits that warrant funding, or you have a couple of other considerations you can make in terms of diversity of geography, size, location. But it is up to you to make, I think it even says, determine a final score for a project and then fund it. So if you need more information to make that decision, we can get that to you, but that's really the decision at hand. Does this project, do you, in your opinion, based on the information presented by the TRT staff and those that provided public comment, does this project provide the public benefit, and you'd want to fund it?
Yeah, and just from I may be off base on this, but I keep wondering, we did fund it once, and what changed? I'm still trying, I mean, it could be that it's only one well now instead of 2 wells. It could be that there are other projects with greater public benefits, but I do find myself wondering which that is.
Commissioner Reeves.
Yes.
Chairwoman Reeves, commissioners. In speaking to that question, while the guidance and scoring has remained the same in the program from the beginning to where we are now, we have worked with the review team as we look at the scoring process and the guidance that we provide applicants, and really tried to talk about the need for applicants to provide supporting evidence or documentation in their applications, because the review team is only able to score or evaluate an application based on what's provided. We find that when you see scores that the scoring in the public benefit where there is unsupporting or trace improvements, again, as described in the application, we see those as being the lower scores. Not to say there is an opportunity in the future for applicants to bolster and provide that evidence to achieve greater points. But the review team is guided to score based on the application.
Okay, well, I think, what I'm debating about now is whether to just try to take this up briefly after lunch or literally move it to the next, out into the future. I'd kind of like to see that be the exception rather than the rule. Moving, like an above the line one that we're worried about moving into the future is one thing, but a below the line that moves causes me more concern precedent-wise. So.
Here's another thought. When I was on the review team for OWEB, and we had a application that said, do not fund. Well, that's an automatic to them. Okay, go back, work on it some more, and resubmit.
Right.
So it's not dead for those that are, doing this application. It's not dead. You've heard our comments and our concerns. You've got probably the best information you can. Resubmit. We'll see it again next year.
If that's the case, we really don't need to act on it then, because it's below the line.
Right, below the line. Is that, Joe, you sounded like you were interested. Does that work for you, what Kathy suggests?
Work or not work, what I was suggesting was just the historic context is something that typically if you see something like this, you would see phase 1, phase 2, and this would be phase 2, and that connection between the two would be described, and maybe that's what you're saying. That's where I'm feeling in the dark.
There never would have been a phase 2 if phase 1 wouldn't overrun so much.
Right.
And I think what Commissioner Mall is mentioning is something that you'd see in grant program offerings that have more seasoning around them, where the participants in those applicants would kind of understand how to put those things together. It's all part of the learning curve, I think, that we're dealing with this program.
I think what we're hearing is an interest in suggesting that the applicant go into the next funding cycle, apply. When is that What is that? What are those applications?
We do one grant cycle a year, so it'll be about a year from now before the commission will be making decisions.
Right, but the submissions will be starting
Spring.
soon, generally April. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks, both of you, Becky and Ken. And we'll adjourn for lunch. And so we're supposed to start up. We are way late. We're supposed to start at 1:15. You think 1:30 is reasonable? 1:30? Okay, we're going to reconvene at 1:30.